Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only. Before we well and truly begin, after scanning the chats here, let's start by playing the camera minigame and take it from there, eh? We do have this nice little placard, these placards that I read at the start of each and every stream. They are my way of thanking back, giving back a thank you to the people that have chosen to spend money on me. And in particular, if you have been doing that for 6 months or more, I italicize your name. I kind of go out of my way to highlight it. So if you guys want your names on these placards, and of course, none of this is mandatory to being here. I want people to know that. All you got to do is either purchase or maintain a Twitch subscription, coffee or Patreon membership, or make a one-time donation during the month cycle with $2 or more at once. It's mostly just to prevent spam more than anything. But I think we have spent long enough prattling. Now I'm cut off at the top. There we go. Yeah, I think I had it right and should have left it alone. Anyway, I'd like to thank Ball Shack for their continued maintenance of their continued purchase of a Twitch subscription this month. I hope you enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a subscription package. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the player for his continued patronage to the accounts. He's helping to keep the bank account open, so I truly do wish him well, and hope that he's enjoying the benefits or privileges as much as he wants to partake of them. I hope he's enjoying them. And while I don't have any one-time donations or patrons, I would like to thank people who have used those services in the past. You guys choosing to support me means more than I can express in words. Let's get back into the thick of it, huh? So last time we spent a while in the Gelmir hero's grave, and then we proceeded to start trying to actually climb toward Mount Gelmir. And right now my current goal with this is to make it to the Stell. That is what I wish to do today. If I can't make it to the Stell, no worries, but it's not for a lack of effort. I did update the spell wheel mod. Might need to update that again, actually. Yeah, I know what I did. I gotta update it again. My bad. We gotta do that. Oops. Whoa, and I believe that has reset the... My screen is just acting weird today. Why? And why is that still on the thing? Okay, I guess it just took a long time. Spell wheel has something that is required for the controller to use it. I forget that I have to change that if I want to make it work. Let's see, I'm gonna try like scaling the UI a little bit. Okay, I have modified the file. So now hopefully we can get to work now. I will put this in the Discord today, but I will not be streaming this Friday. I got confirmation of my client job sometime yesterday. So I wanted to, it's already been reflected in the calendar. I just haven't told anyone yet. If you guys ever want to keep up with my schedule, there are actually a couple different places you can do it. Number one, when I'm busy awaiting while my ban on Reddit is ticking down, or when it isn't ticking down, I have scheduled the notice of the 3 closest streams. So if you're on Reddit and you want to see that and you want like a condensed version, yeah, I have that available. That's pretty accurate. It's keyed to my Google Calendar. Thank you to Reddit for the plugin. Mainly my Discord server has the calendar tab that is used for looking at my schedule. I plot out at least the next 10 streams. So I highly encourage that you guys use that. Of course, it's not always the most accurate, right? But those are like the 2 methods I have. You can if you're okay with knowing my general schedule and not anything more. Whoa, that is a big ol' screen tear. Yeah, that's like a huge, that is a huge thing with the VSync. Okay. Well, not really too much more I could say than that. I might have to check the NVIDIA console. Make sure the VSync is turned on. Let me do that. Why is it doing this? Oh, it's setting it to full screen. That's why. And it's defaulting to that every single time. The quirks of playing with a nuclear sunset that wants the game on full screen all the time, or there are issues. I have learned my lesson. Let us make these hard runes. May need to go farm some golden amalgam. I know a pretty good place to do it. Make some more of those. We'll also adjust our headgear, or our battle gear, rather. This should be the demi-human queen, and I believe I'm going to want the demi-humans for it. Well, I hate bringing this out right at the beginning of the stream, but, well, it is boss time, and with boss time, I put this little overlay on so that people know, hey, I'm not the most chatty person. I'll greet anyone coming in. I will I'll greet anyone leaving, or I'll say goodbye to anyone that's leaving. If there's a first-time chatter or if there are raiders, I will try to talk. But other than those four things, I generally do not talk during boss fights. Elden Ring is hard. What can I say? Elden Ring is hard. And requires a lot of my attention. That said, while you guys are perhaps watching me fight or whatever, how was your weekend? I hope everyone had a good weekend, a good 4-day weekend even. You know, I'm counting Monday as part of that. I trust that that went smoothly. My weekend went fine. I'll talk about it more after we're done here. Otherwise, I won't move until I'm finished. Welcome on in, Grunge. Good to see ya. I will be a little bit more chatty in a second. And thank you for renewing your Prime. I much appreciate that. I do hope you continue to enjoy the emotes and other stuff that come along with that. Oh, I don't think I needed to tag her. Never mind, I'm dead. I don't see America statue effect. But thank you. I'll make sure that your name continues to remain on the placard. How was your weekend, if and you don't mind my asking? Dagnabbit, okay. That's fine. Let's keep moving. I trust we'll make it back there eventually. Just run right now. Try not to get clipped too much. Ha! Even with the nerfs, I still managed to get through the door. I was about to say, guys, please come on back here. I will answer that when I can. I have seen it. See, definitely took a death to the boss, and then I believe we should be good here. Yeah, the demi-human should have left. Okay. Okay, now that that's out of the way. Grunge says weekend was fine. It was still very hot here. I've heard temperatures of 31 degrees, 31 to like 35 degrees C, right? That's like, we're talking like 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. If anyone needs them, freedom units. It's fairly hot. And to make matters worse, I know generally that over there, built 35 degrees C. Yep, either a veteran here or for those that are tuning in, today is not the child-friendly day. That is usually Fridays. Which means, you know, there's going to be talk of religion or philosophy or politics or that sort of thing. It's not guaranteed that those things will crop up, but parents, please do your job today. please do your job. You know, parent your children. Don't let them be on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, other places without supervision, that kind of thing. Not really too terribly much more to say than that. Grunge says it's more normal, nice summer weather now, though. That's good. That's good. I know that kind of stinks when it's like 35 degrees C or even like 31 degrees C and people are dying. Or like, I want to say, I know in France, not only is it considered the hottest among the countries in the European Union right now, but also it's had the most heat stroke related deaths, if I'm not mistaken. Grunge says, I'd be surprised if any kids were on Twitch. Honestly, the homepage on here is 90% women in bikinis. So you're half right. Yes, there are women in bikinis. That is definitely true. However, you have your Kai Cenats and your Iron Mouses and other people that are generally favorable to an environment that for 13 and up, which means there will be teenagers in there. They're like in the big, huge, giant streamer chats. They are there, but if they're not accidentally getting flashed inappropriate things, they are hanging out in places like that, which is unfortunate. I would like for the OF adjacent streamers to return to OF where that content is supposed to be. I would like for Dan Clancy to grow a spine and do his job. I would like for the Twitch moderation staff to also do their job and keep kids from seeing stupid. Keep them from seeing stupid stuff. Of course, for that to really happen, you know, the conversation of age verification gets to come back, but I feel like the answer to all of this is just parents parent. Well, Dan Clancy's subs page when he showed off his Twitch on his phone was entirely women in bikinis. See, the guy is degenerate. Just, oh my God. Dan Clancy, for the love of God, if you are listening to this for whatever reason, assuming that I have found my way onto your page, Instead of a woman in a bikini, please return Twitch to what it was, instead of either return it to what it was or accept that women in bikinis are allowed to stream on the platform and make it 18 plus. Come on, pick one, Dan, pick one. It's kind of stinky. Twitch wants to have its cake and eat it, and I get it. When the adpocalypse showed up, you know, shareholders are demanding that, you know, Dan make as much money as he can. I'm not saying his hands aren't partially tied, but it is very clear he is choosing shareholder interests and getting away with whatever he can, much like a lot of other, you know, corporate enforcement officers or CEOs. Like, a lot of them are choosing this time in history to just kind of get away with crap. And it's really stinky. It's enough to drive a man mad, honestly. And it has. I've been driven mad by it before. My weekend was okay. I wish I hadn't missed Monday. Oh yeah, before I forget, I do want to apologize for Monday. The pain was bad. Even with NSAIDs or like other pain relievers, it was bad. I just had to sit it out. I'm fine today. It's kind of why I tend to lie around when I'm not streaming. Oh, and I believe our friend the... we need to advance the split is what's going on. Grunge says, well, that stuff sells. Kick has gambling. Perennial passions always sell. Well, okay. Yes, Kick has gambling. It is just as bad. However, Kick is upfront about that. People are allowed to choose the degenerate gambling den or whatever other place they want to be in. They're allowed to do that. And if it is being disclosed, you know, provided that other like actual crimes are not taking place on Kick and it is just gambling, that is fine. If their terms of service accurately reflect what kind of platform it is, then it becomes like a, you know, do you support or are you trying to, like, are you more concerned about money than you are about ethics and morals, right? That's a delicate balancing act. But people are allowed to individually make that decision. The issue with Twitch is that the booby streamers and the girls in bikinis are clearly against TOS. It's the fact that Clancy's being deceptive about it. He's not saying anything, but it's the omission. They are lies of omission, which are still lies. They're just lies where instead of saying something deliberately misleading, they are lies in which he's just saying nothing. He's like he's purposely not drawing attention to that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep. Yep, this is not gonna work. Maybe I should rely on... Yeah, really? Right through that opening? Okay. Careful, careful. And I need to be careful about meandering into a hit with enemies already in it. Don't forget, this thing is still a troll. Yeah, so welcome to the Frenzied Trolls. They are a handful. They're just huge swaths of projectiles everywhere. And all you can really do is like keep moving and stay out of range. Oh yeah, you don't like that a rain of fire, do you, Big Butt? I'll read that in 2 seconds. This guy is a handful. How about a big fat fireball? It's rare that I actually take things out with Giant's Flame. It was more common for me to do that when I didn't have this spell, because you needed to be able to quickly finish enemies off. Grunge says, well, I am more pro kick. Yes, it's a lot more upfront and blatant about what it's going for, which I prefer. The honesty. I appreciate the honesty. You know, and if you're not gonna do the scummy advertisement thing, then you have to engage in gambling. You have to have some means of getting your money in, and you have to have enough to run a video like a streaming service. I get the logistics, even if I don't fully agree with the methods. Yeah, okay, that's way better. And yeah, that's way better. One thing I did was to change the size of the wheel so it's a little bit less obnoxious. The only thing is that it may be a little bit harder for other people to see what is going on. Yeah, the thing with Twitch, and what really drives me up a wall with that, is that it is blatantly obvious that it is against terms of service. And Mr. Clancy is not saying, he's not taunting anyone or anything. I thought this a mountain of fire, but I hardly feel a thing. I'll have to head further down. Maybe. Maybe we head further down, but first, we gotta collect the rune pieces, among other things. Yeah, it's just it's clearly a violation of terms of service. If a female streamer on this platform has to wear a sports bra, let's say they're an Englishman or an Englishwoman, and they're dealing with 35-degree heat. You know, I would be perfectly okay if they were in a sports bra or something. You can't show bare breast, but although honestly, you know, free the boobies. I think if men can go shirtless, women should also be able to go shirtless, provided what they're doing is not oogling and ogling themselves. Like, there are 13-year-old kids on this platform. We do have to think about that. Sorry, but you know, I think there's some compromise that can be reached there, where everybody is happy, and you know, we humans get to stream in hot temperatures. We get to stream in hot temperatures. I would be okay with this, but as it stands, if that English woman were to show a bit of cleavage for the hot temperatures they're experiencing right now, they get banned. Not for an hour, not for 6 hours, not for 24 hours, but a freaking week, or 72 hours, or 3 days, really. or they get a temporary ban, which is not great. I agree that the perennial passions sell. I despise it. I hate that that is the case. I'm a prude. What do people want of me? I mean, I have my own issues with that, but even still, it's one thing for perennial passions to sell. It's something else for people to play into the fact that they sell, and rather than being tasteful with it, rather than being tasteful, they take advantage. I'm wanting to see where this scarab is going. Okay, I think it's coming back this way. Gotcha. Those are always the hardest to try and kill, are the scarabs that are invisible. You can't target them. There is quite literally nothing you can do except just try to hit, swing in an area rather blindly. That's it. That's what you were allowed. Oh, isn't the Tibia Mariner like... Yeah, that's back up here. Well, we're going to finish dealing with... Hello, we're going to finish dealing with this first. Giant finger creeper. Yeah, the finger creepers, you learn later on, are a Mount Gelmir special, along with the Giza wheels and iron maidens and stuff. Yeah, step into the office. I can see you over there, finger creeper. I hope you don't crawl up the side of the... oh, they're on the trees. I guess I should make sure I'm looking up, huh? Well, two can play at this game. The game of... What are you doing over there? And it's raining. Why? This game loves to rain. For those that don't know, this is true in vanilla, by the way. This is not a Reforged special. In vanilla, if it is raining, your spells deal 10% less damage in rain. And in lightning, lightning spells deal 10% more damage. Which, don't get me wrong, that's cool in most circumstances, i.e. not this challenge run. I would just pack a different spell. If I know that it's going to rain, I'm going to carry a toolkit. That's just kind of how I am as a caster. Nice. Just make sure we DPS the giant finger creeper down. And I hope no one can hear that, by the way. That's like I'm sorry if people are hearing that. My neighbor and my dad are both mowing the lawn at the exact same time. And so it's double the mower, double the fun, double the noise. Hooray! Lord Rykard, if this putrid field of death is what your blasphemy would bring, then I can no longer abide. No one can. Grunge says, I know we already talked about this, and I get the reasons, but I've been hoping to talk again about the possibility of you playing suggested games, even if it means interrupting schedules. Because, for instance, Bolshak only has Friday off for work when you stream, and he's not really interested in Mario, and also likes talking about the non-child friendly topics of discussion. And it would be cool to watch like a New Vegas stream or something. I can maybe try to fit that in. Of course, I don't know about New Vegas well, I mean, if New Vegas is a suggestion, that can go in the suggestions channel. I get it. Friday just happened to be the day that works best for me, but now with my sibling having to work consistently on the weekends, it is very possible that Friday is going to be it's going to be a lot more random when I have to be tight about the stream and I have to like leave. It's what happens when people work. It's what happens when everyone in the friend group other than myself works. I'm the one that has to adapt to their schedule. Grunches, I know you're very schedule minded and want to stick to specific things like this. Well, it's hard to be schedule minded when you know, I'm missing for 2 days here or day there. But yeah, I used to be less schedule oriented as a streamer earlier on. That really bit me hard in the butt. People like consistency. And so I have learned that maintaining a schedule is really important. But I can move, I think I can probably move some stuff around. And really, it's not even that Fridays are necessarily always going to be child friendly, right? Because let's say New Vegas, let's say specifically New Vegas was the requested game on Friday, right? That's obviously not a child friendly game. So I'm not going to uphold the I'm not going to uphold some of the rules that I have for Backlog Friday right now. Those are specifically due to Super Mario Odyssey and not for any other reason. If it were a different game, it maybe even wouldn't matter. I just know what kind of crowd Nintendo games draw, and so those rules are in large part for them. It's not every Nintendo game either, right? Let's say Fire Emblem was a requested game. Well, that's obviously not going to have friendly stuff in it. Yeah, sure, there's battle, but it's the support conversations, the romance options, some of that stuff is not child friendly. It's not sanitized. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I will keep your suggestion in mind, especially because I know that you know, I could kind of tell Bolshak was not particularly interested in Super Mario Odyssey, and seeing as how he is a paying client, I do want to heed his interests a little bit more. But I'll have to think about it. Grunge says, I do think it would be fun if you mixed it up with just like, it would be funny to have a stream for not just Friday, of course, but if you announced you were going to play something and asked who would be there, and if nobody was interested, you could just do Elden Ring. I know you'd like to see you play Sonic Adventures 2. I don't have that game, but I'm sure I could find it on the cheap. Probably somewhere. So I want to make sure I've parsed your suggestion correctly. I don't think that I appreciate that. I'm sure he would. That feels icky to me as a streamer, right? Like no, it's totally fine. I just want to make sure I've parsed it right. You're saying that the streams kind of become more of a community input where like I have a default thing I'm doing, but if enough people want to see something else, I do the something else. If that's not correct, you know, that will probably be a little bit more apparent in the retype, but I think I get what you're trying to say. Drawbacks of streaming is of having scheduled streams, right? But in terms of like Sonic Adventures 2 or people specifically buying me things, I don't think that's right. Grunge says, if you found a game that looked like it would be fun or funny to play, maybe you could put it on the server like, hey, this Wednesday I could play this. Who is interested? And if nobody really gets back to you, you just do Elden Ring or whatever the main game is. Okay, yeah, I thought I got it, but I'm glad you retyped it anyway. Grunge, I appreciate that. I'll think about it. Let me, do you a solid. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna have to get my notebook, so 1 second. Sorry about that. So I'm going to take just a second to scribble things. While I do, I'll just issue a state the state that if people have suggestions on games they want me to play, they're more than welcome to leave that as a suggestion in the Discord server. I do have a game suggestions channel with a tagging system, so if people want me to play something, I'm much more inclined to remember it and keep track of it if it is a suggestion in there. In fact, let me do people a solid. If people are already part of the Discord server, they're free to ignore this, but I'm going to go ahead and quickly pass around the Discord information. Grunge says, and of course we could suggest these games and it would really be like you play it for one stream, and if it's a great time and people show up, you could do more another day, or just leave it at one stream if it's mid. Okay, so like It's like a Let's Try. If Let's Try were a streaming series, and people had input on what was part of the Let's Try, yeah, I think I get the premise of that. Or yeah, like a community suggestion stream. Yeah, I like that. Let me write that down. I'm old. I'm aging. So I apologize for having to write like this, but this old noggin is not what it used to be. Act like a refresher, and it happens at different days of the week depending on how response is. Okay, I've got the basics of that idea written down. Yeah, I can place a few community suggestion streams. I will say YouTube does complicate this slightly, because whatever we make a suggestion for, I have to make a thumbnail for it, which is another reason why things are scheduled. So like with Super Mario Odyssey, I make the thumbnails ahead of time, normally. Or when we were playing The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, or, you know, Still Rising, Lies of P, anything else, I have to make a thumbnail for that. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I might need to make like a stream card sort of thumbnail now that I'm thinking on it, just for situations like that. But I like your idea. I'm saying what I'm saying is like, these are logistical problems and not so much, these logistical problems mean that I don't like it. Ugh, yucky. If I didn't like the idea, I would straight up say it. But I do actually quite like it. So I've written it down, and we'll think on probably how best to implement it going forward. I should say I'm probably going to need a couple of days to really like really, I think, incorporate the spirit of what the idea is into a plan, and then I'll put that out in the appropriate Discord channels for like discussion or what have you. And that maybe that could even start as soon as next week, because I won't even be here Friday. I'll be at a client job on Friday. Oh yeah, we have the map for Mount Gelmir. Good. Oh, what's a worm face doing here? Yuck. And that is like a humongo worm. That is like a boss-sized worm face. Is this a worm face? Is this like a boss worm face? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, yep, move. Man, it's like fighting the giant and the beanstalk here. At least we got all these nice trees to act as like cover this time. How? All right, got him. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. There will be one coming up in about 2 minutes. Sorry, I really wanted to get my thoughts across, or would have done this the normal way. But yeah, there will be some ads, 3 minutes of ads coming up if you're on Twitch. I highly encourage everyone to get up, to take a stretch break with or without an ad blocker, honestly. Because I'll be taking a stretch break myself. I'm gonna make myself some coffee during the commercial break. You know, you guys do what you want. I am the arbiter of no one's time. Because once those 3 minutes are up, I will have returned to my desk. The break should be over, and we'll pick up where we left off. It really is that simple. Wow, I think that was the fastest I've pulled off that particular one yet. Is this a Erd tree? If so, I may want to consider parking it right here and like waiting. I should probably do that. Give us a nice good view of what we're going to be traveling down into. But I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I'm gonna have to get up again in a few minutes after my coffee has finished percolating, but that's only to put the creamer back because I use liquid with that. Grunge says, I do like to look back and think about how, say, that one Fallout or Half-Life stream was a memorable experience because it was funny hanging with people and completing a journey. They play back in my mind like little movies. It's a different streaming experience, I think, from these long series streams. Yeah, the one-off let's tries, right? Also, I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break while I'm thinking on it. You know, especially if you found something you wanted to do besides ads, because nobody likes those. Okay, cool. I was worried that my surface, my back coffee table was getting wet, but it is not. When I used to do a little bit of streaming just to like 3 or 4 people, including Ball Shack, the things I always look fondly on are like that, just playing through a 7-hour-long game and running into glitches or epic failing and then getting into the end and the chat being very funny. Yeah, I get you. The variety streaming, which is essentially what I used to do. You know, provided I didn't stream a different thing every day, but we did definitely play through quite a handful of games, ranging from like Blasphemous to Tales of Berseria or Xenoblade Chronicles. That was very funny. I think Xenoblade Chronicles and Breath of the Wild had like the most clips between them. Very specifically Xenoblade Chronicles 2, because they leaned into the anime tropes starting around there, and people generally find them funny. So, I mean, hey, it works. But I don't think I've ever done a Rolodex like stream where a day is just dedicated to doing something random, and then if people like it, that, you know, it could come back. Otherwise it just kind of becomes like one-offs. But I do like the idea. I never thought I had the size of audience required to pull that off. But I guess if I have people behind me that want to see it, then what the heck does the size matter, right? Okay, I definitely feel like I'm... Never mind. Ulcerated tree spirit. Well, LFG then, let's go. Oh, I couldn't quite tell what they were doing. What? Where did that come from? Well, the demi-humans are dead. right, bye-bye. Leaden and Cerulean Hidden Tier. Cool. Let me update these splits. I was expecting to die to that. I guess I'm grateful I haven't died to that. Not that you really, past like the first, like the one in the Lake of Rot, you really shouldn't be dying to an ulcerated tree spirit. The moveset is very predictable. Although this one had like the briars on it, which the previous ones did not have. Grunge asks, so after you finish the routing, are you doing the actual run all in one go? Yep. I mean, it can't be in one go, quote unquote, because it is too big for that. But I want to get as much done in 6 or even 8 hours that I can. I'm worried I'm gonna have to start streaming 8 hours to try to get that done. Or to try to get that done in a more reasonable time frame. Otherwise, the footage for review, when I have people like inspect it to tell if if I actually got hit or not, is going to be too long for people to sift through. Okay, these guys have the archers in the back. But yeah, that is the plan, is to go. Like when I'm not taking my time, and I'm not having to explain as much, then, you know, I will wait for them to start spasming. Yeah, when we start button mashing dialogue, and the only thing I really would have to do is explain, oh, like this is why I'm making, why I'm getting this spell at this time, or why I'm fighting the boss now as opposed to later, or some other things like that. Then it's less of a concern. Also, I could very, very easily see this being the type of thing that stops being live streamed to YouTube, so that I can maybe throw up some tunes and post the recording without the tunes in it on YouTube. I don't know how that would work quite yet, because currently my main like my main platform I'm streaming to is YouTube. Like the software thinks it is streaming to YouTube and not to 3 platforms. I have engaged in some trickery to get it to get it to stream to 3 places. I say trickery, but it's just it's a multiple output plugin. That's what it is. Let's go back over. Is it here? No, it's like over this way, which means I should be able to jump down then. Grunge says letting tunes play would be massive. Yeah, song requests are something I could possibly do. Something else I have considered is doing what Couch Jockey does, which, for those that don't know who Couch Jockey is, he is one of the main fathers of the magic or spell-based hitless runs for FromSoft games, Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, to be very specific. And He has like, he plays specific tracks for specific sections. Which I did used to do for Dark Souls 3. Let me not do that. I did used to do that for Dark Souls 3. I had like a specific track of synthwave songs I would play for each split, each boss. I could either bring that back or try to find a copyright free list of songs so that YouTube still gets a stream out of it. I'm not 100% sure. I'm still, I mean, I've been doing this for a decade, right? You'd think that I would have a better idea of what is and isn't worth a stream, but I don't. I'm learning that quite possibly these challenge runs are the sort of thing that don't do that well as a YouTube stream on top of the other like streams. Okay, I'm having to like, oh, is that a, no, that is just a big old puma roll. That's no good. It's no good. How am I gonna do this then? Because we got the shack, but we don't have any way down. Patches is still here, and he doesn't push you down the second time. Huh. I am legit not sure. There's got to be a way down. There's got to be like a spirit spring nearby that would, oh, well, what's this over here? Maybe this is it right here? Maybe this gap right here will do it. But I like what you're suggesting, Grunge. I will definitely consider it, because I you know, even though I've thought about the way I stream things a lot, I can always do it better. I can't think of everything, and having the extra perspective is really good. I appreciate that. Trying to think if there's anything else I can talk about while we're kind of like just discussing stream stuff. So I saw that an indie title released or went full access a few days ago, maybe even a week ago, called Orb of Creation. It's an idle game, and I have found that my ideas for what I am developing sit a little too close to what Orb of Creation is trying to do. So I need to rethink some things, so I don't do something that another game dev has done, right down to like naming conventions, or how much numbers on resources, or even formulas. I realized just how close to the sun I would come from watching like a few segments of play, even though it's way more complex, and I kind of deviate soon after the initial segment. It doesn't matter. Someone's gonna look at that and say, we can't tell if you looked at this and copied it or not. So you gotta change stuff. It's kind of like I'm taking the Pal World approach to prevent further suits. hello. Yeah, sure. Step into my office if you would like to perish. Grunge says I have a bias towards more chaotic and rule-breaking streams, which means the best way to go is probably somewhere in the middle of what I'd imagine as a perfect stream and what you would, since you stand on a more scheduled and terms of service abiding style, which is natural since you actually stream and I don't. But I think it's always good to figure a good way to figure it out is having two different viewpoints. Yeah. Ideally, I'd like a third so I can triangulate something, but you know, I can extrapolate what a middle position is from 2 points. You know, such is how the midpoint formula works. You get a third position based on two other previous positions, further forward and further behind from the point you're trying to find out about. Sorry, I said that in a really roundabout way, but I am fairly good at extrapolating a middle position on just about anything. Now, sometimes the middle position don't make any sense, but you know, that is to be expected. The middle position of life and death can't be undeath. That makes no sense. Let me not. Ooh, I can't. I have nowhere to go. I actually have nowhere to go here. I need to think about this. Wasn't there a spirit spring in this general area? Yeah, because there's a whole bunch of stuff down there. Well, I guess for now, what I should probably do is just, like, get in here. And, I will figure out the... I will figure out, where the jump down point is for that. Grunch's Ball Shack streams are like an experimental art project. Not in a serious literal sense, so that probably doesn't help. Streaming is a giant vat of experiments, so I'm right at home in that element. Ooh, I spent already entirely too long. Let me quickly go make my coffee so my liquid creamer doesn't go bad. I will be right back. Okay, I am going to play a quick 30-second ad because it is going to take me a little longer to put the creamer away. But before I do, welcome on in Fleet 649. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Fleet says, nice streaming. I'm going to shortcut that to Fleet if that's all right. I'm a huge fan of this game. Awesome. I'll love to play. Well, if you were a fan of the game, you would know that, well, okay. Elden Ring is technically multiplayer. I'll grant you that, but I am playing offline, so that is not really possible. I do that on purpose because this is we're routing for a challenge run. And you can't really be online for that anyway. That's just I guess it's not that you can't, it's that it's ill-advised to be online and have like a random invader like wipe your run because they were, you know, they either hacked the game or did something stupid, or they have a silly build that you can't plan around. But that said, I'm going to quickly put my liquid creamer back before it spoils, and I will be back in just a moment. Huh. Now why the heck would that... Oh, so I actually have not been streaming to Kick. I just realized that. Oof. Okay, well. Not going to think too hard about it. I'm kind of a nothing on Kick in the first place, so that's totally fine. I will just deactivate that today. I don't really have any I don't have a regular audience on Kick, so I don't have to be concerned about that. I'll have to fix whatever the output issue is with the multiple outputs later. Well, definitely before tomorrow. So that is the only other time I play ads is during the during times where I have to get up and away from my desk for more than 10 or 15 seconds. I sometimes play up to 90 seconds in circumstances like that, but for the most part, I try to keep it up for 30 seconds. I try not to play too many ads. Otherwise, the time we get the ads is during the commercial break, and again, that is mostly to swat away pre-roll. Okay, so Patches is out there. I think unless we talk to Tanith, he's gonna stay out there. Yeah. I think now we're actually ready to speak to Tanith.
Brave Tarnished. Welcome to the Volcano Manor. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. Raya spoke well of you, a warrior of promise. I believe she said. Perhaps you are prepared to make a commitment. Will you join us here at the Volcano Manor? And resist the tide? Why accept the burden of their grace? Or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the fingers? Rise with us against the Erd Tree. Interesting. Your decision is most welcome.
I'll reply to that in a second.
Family. The drawing room lies down the hall. Make yourself comfortable, but be sure to earn your keep.
Grunge asks, Coin, I have to ask something. What is this Troll Castle thing Jason is always talking about? It's his Discord server. The Troll Castle, was what I kind of got folded into after I met Jason for the first time. I was in a much worse place, mentally speaking, than I am at this season of our presidential term, and essentially Mr. Jason offered me an opportunity to seek a slightly larger audience, and I took him up on that. And so the Troll Castle challenge was his server, and I got introduced to it. I started out as a verified streamer, like their verified streamer program. So you submit it. The way the Discord works is it's set up on ticket systems. So I set up a ticket system, and in exchange for Mr. Jason being a moderator, I would get the ability to advertise my stream to a channel, manually post the message. Grunge says, is it like a big active server? I thought so at first, and like it has quite a few people in it, over like 200 of them, but I would say it no longer is. I would say it no longer is. We're currently in a state of flux, and I can say this, I can talk about it, because I am the sitting president for the TCC at the moment. That was not a position that was just given to me. I spent 6 months kind of moving up the ladder of authority, as it were. Also, this crest is new. Okay. Grunge says, so what was the exchange for advertising your stream? So the exchange was in exchange for getting to meet some people and form some connections and advertising my stream. I joined the Troll Castle Discord. Mr. Jason was to be made a moderator on my channel, on my Twitch channel, or in any other channels where I streamed. I abide by the Troll Castle Discord's rules. The Troll Castle Challenge Discord's rules, excuse me. And those rules were basically, don't be an ist, don't be a phobe, don't say something salacious. That was really about it. And if I did say something that was even slightly out of line, I could end up having a talking to from one of the server managers. Did I get a bigger audience from it? I got a couple of people, but it wasn't as big as I maybe perhaps was expecting. Part of that is on me, and another part of that is on the fact that people are not given webhooks to advertise with. And another part of it is, even though it's a big place with people in it, both people that are there for the love of streaming and people that are there for the love of Super Mario Maker and Super Mario Maker 2, that was the original purpose of the Troll Castle Challenge Discord. Those are two different things. Those are two different scopes of audience. And it is hard for those sorts of things to meet in the middle. Grunge says it's making maps for Mario 2 that trolled the player? Super Mario Maker 2, yes. It's hence the name Troll Castle Challenge, the Troll Castle Challenge, and Mr. Jason has a number of troll castles that were made by himself, as well as Complex David and several other people that are on the server mainly for Super Mario Maker 2. So the audience is, I would say, over half of the people that are there for Super Mario Maker 2, but Super Mario Maker 2 is a dead game. I.e., people aren't really playing it much. You've got your Super Mario Maker 2 content creators, and you've got some people that are in it for the love of trolling, you know, as per YouTube and YouTube's metrics, but people have moved on and are kind of somewhat eagerly awaiting Super Mario Maker 3, which is another level maker that will inevitably have jank in it for people to exploit for the purposes of trolls. Yeah, I didn't control what I joined. It's a nice enough place, and as its president, it is my job to make sure that it's the way that Mr. Jason likes it, but also that it's fulfilling what Mr. Jason wants it to fulfill. And if Mr. Jason wants it to help streamers, then it has to be a more active place than it is currently. And that means actually trusting people, or trusting people that meet the conditions with webhooks or other means to actually effectively advertise their channels. And there also actually has to be a community that people interact with each other on. I'm trying to make sure I'm representing the TCC to its fullest. Mr. Jason has styled it like a corporate office, and I do mean a bona fide corporate office. He is the executive chair. I am the sitting president. Underneath me is the vice president, the board, the CEO, the CMO, corporate marketing officer. We've got like the C-suite. And then underneath that, you have the verified streamer program, you have the ambassador program, and the entirety of the Super Mario Maker 2 Troll research and development department, the Troll R&D. All of that exists inside the SMM2. There are over 180 Discord ranks, at least 180 that I am vaguely familiar with, and probably about 1 to 2 handfuls of ranks that I'm actually familiar with at any given time. Grunge says, I just would never have guessed that Mario troll maps would ever be something I became tangentially aware of. Right? It's not really for me. I'm involved with the Discord part of it and not the SMM2 community part of it. Let me talk to Tanith again.
The drawing room is through the hall. Use the key I handed you and make yourself comfortable.
Can I talk to Big Lug?
The drawing room is
I guess not. All right. Can I talk to Patches yet? Is he here? No. So we need to unlock some doors before we could do the next split. And in truth, my position doesn't really ever require me to be familiar with Super Mario Maker 2 troll maps. Now, I do like the content around troll levels. I'm familiar with Carl Sagan 42, Just Cook, Juz Cook, let me get that right. DGR, Ryucarb, I'm vaguely familiar with Dashi, Tanuki Dan, Freaking Geek. I know of several content creators in the space that have showcased troll levels before. So, and they're always a hoot and a holler. I'll tell you what, it's funny content. So I do like it. The door is blocked shut. Right. I guess let's use the drawing room key again. Right. I forgot that the Volcano Manor has its secrets, but we are nowhere near ready to process them just yet. Let's see, is this room open? Okay. Yeah, I thought it would be one of the doors. Oh, wow, is this not a meeting of bedfellows? Letter from Volcano Manor. I do actually have to read this. It's kind of important. Written request from Volcano Manor disclosing the name of a tarnished to be hunted. Old Knight Istvan. He can be found in Limgrave. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. That's over here, and we have to do that to advance this quest line.
Hello again, brave Tarnished. As a scout, I am pleased to see you again here at the Volcano Manor, under Lady Tanith's guidance. May you tread the path of valor. Brave Tarnished, under Lady Tanith.
You. What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words. Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. I thought you were tarnished, bred by virtue. Perhaps playing that part led you to your doubts, I wonder. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads only to a miserable death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that. This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind.
Oh, it's you, is it? Well, nice to see you again. So you've been invited as well, I see. Then we're comrades in arms henceforth. You watch my back, and I'll watch yours. Yes? I can tell. You're wondering about Lanya. Well, you see, after much internal debate, I've come to realize revenge is not the answer. According to Lady Tanith, I've got the stuff of champions. And champions, ironic as it is, are oft forced to walk a tainted path. It hit me like a bolt from the blue, that my former thoughts were simple naivety. Of course my heart weeps for Lanya. That unfortunate incident was a cruel twist of fate indeed. But succumbing to the pain and sadness caused won't make me a champion, will it? Lanya knows this, I'm certain. Fate has laid hard roads for us both. But such is true of any road trod by champions.
Sorry about that. Wanted to make sure we sampled all that dialogue because we will be doing the skip skeek potato in the future. I'm more than happy to answer any other questions about the TCC. I'm its president. I know its inner workings. There are some things I can't talk about. Mainly our ticketing, or who our active clients on tickets are. I am not allowed to talk about any current ongoing tickets or backroom discussions. I'm not allowed to talk about certain things, but most other items I'm fairly free on. because in my mind, knowing the structure, the internal structure of the TCC doesn't change people's ability to access or not access it. Mr. Jason has things under a very, very, very tight set of locks that no one can, like, if people are breaking those locks, we're dealing with like hackers and stuff and not anything else.
Did you read the letter left for you? That is the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated once the deed is done. Good luck. If you are loath to hunt your own kin, so be it. But you must leave this house at once. This is a war against the Erd Tree. We have no place for the meek, nor the luxury of keeping clean hands. The letter describes the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated once the deed is done. Good luck.
I see. We've got the key. Cannot open from that side. And the drawing room. I can hear something back there. Right, this place has a secret, but we're not ready to discover it quite yet. First, it is definitely worth for us to go back to the Erd Tree Gazing Hill. We need to go up here and deal with the Tibia Mariner. We have... I probably could have actually even done it earlier, if I'm being honest with you. This could be a split worth moving around to before entering Mount Gelmir. And then after that, maybe I can use the access provided by the Tibia Manor or Tibia Mariner in order to say, I don't know, mayhaps get around to all the caves and stuff we were missing from earlier. But I'm pretty happy with my place at the TCC. I mean, it's better than being dead, because that was the alternative. If I hadn't met Mr. Jason, who's been in my corner for the past year, almost year, I likely would have offed myself by now. I'm pretty sure that's gonna slough back off. Nice. What I'm wanting to do is capture the Tibia summon. Nice. Giant skeletal phantom. Yeah, that is probably worth yeah. Oh, why are you back here? You're supposed to be up there summoning the phantom from far away. Okay, that's two of them. It's way too... Yep. Ah, I missed it. He does resummon the phantom. So I can try again. All right, Lutel, what are you doing? Oh, do I have to damage him? I might. Okay, Phantom is back. I need to be careful and not. I need to like tag him. All right. Well, Tibia Mariner is dead. And then we have the thing in the ruins, which should be the next boss. Oh, I don't like that. Game crash. Incoming game crash. Game's been getting a little bit worse as of lately, and I can't tell if it was the thing I did with the with nuclear sunset or not. I can't tell what that is, or if some other decision came as a result of that. Is my PFP meant to be a druid? It is. We're talking about, well, hold on. Which PFP? Are you talking about my Twitch one or a different one? I have multiple. I have to clarify. The Twitch one? No, that is meant to be a stylized Odin PFP, actually, as in Odin the Allfather. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over. I'll explain more after the shill. Right back to the gaming. Thanks. Welcome to CoinStance. Have you been enjoying the live and/or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Ko-fi, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me and I will tell you where you can find the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thanks for putting up with that and for putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. As a way to swat away the pre-roll that Twitch likes to put out. All the pre-roll ads, gross. But in 3 minutes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam. It'll read for 3 minutes. It's how long the break lasts. With or without an ad blocker, I highly recommend that everyone take a break at the same time. It just... it makes the time pass by faster. I'm going to be getting up and doing the same thing, getting up and taking a stretch break. But I am not the arbiter of anyone's time. Pass those 3 minutes however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, of course, I will have returned. The ads will have stopped, and we will pick right back up where we left off. Now that the shill, of course, is over. Yeah, so I got my PFP from a... Hold on, let me make sure maybe I'm less familiar with my PFP than I should be. Okay, no, it is that PFP. Yeah, that was something I did on commission back when I was a college student. I got a commission for that by a graphic design scam artist. I'm quite sure mine was generated using a combination of swilling and maybe even AI at the time. So not great. It's the sort of profile picture that people have seen before. You know, it's always some icon mixed with that's not the spell I wanted to cast. It's definitely one of those pictures. But the character that is meant to be modeled as the icon is Odin the Allfather, the Norse king of legend, the king of the gods, so to speak. I have quite an affinity for him, despite not really believing in him or anything like that. And I kind of had my channel theme was a little bit closer to the colors that were used by the Allfather back then. I paid like $300 for that. I can chat more about that in a second. See everybody after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I hope everyone had a wonderful commercial break. I'm going to take a moment to clean my lenses, but first update the splits. I'm going to well, actually, is that I need to know if that giant skeleton was logged. I don't think so. Let's sort by alphabet. Yeah, giant skeletal phantom. I think the only way you can get that is through the tibia summoner, which is really unfortunate. Yucky. There's a codex spreadsheet that I can use to double check that if I really want to. Okay, so where were we? Right, yeah, at the time that I had like the channel theme and everything like all set up, I got hit up by one of those graphic design artists. I paid them. I actually should I say they're a scam? I'm thinking of a different design artist. So the one that was responsible for my PFP was technically a group of these artists. But it did end up being assigned. It did end up being assigned to someone in particular, and I got charged $300 US for the consultation and the as well as like the final product, which, considering that I got a whole bunch of banners and everything, I think 300 for all of that was reasonable. Now, what was much less reasonable was getting charged 300 by a different person for the creation of 5 emotes that I have since replaced with my own. I don't miss them. I still have them. I can use them if I want to, but they would not take the fact that I am broke for an answer. Which is the problem with all these graphic design artists that are out there, is that they don't take broke as an answer. If they did, the scams wouldn't be nearly as effective. I get it. It's like one of my IRL friends, his name is well, I won't say his name, but he used to work as a call center for political donations campaign or company. Like their whole thing was asking for like political donations or donations to political causes, and he had to be very dogmatically persistent despite being told a concrete no. He needed to be told no 3 times for his work policy, and if people were already donating an amount, he was always told he needed to ask them for more. He was very, it was money, right? But he was not happy at that job. I wouldn't be either. I typically respect people when they say no. And as a salesperson, it's like a one-time no is not enough, right? Like you have to consistently and get a persistent no. And that's very hard. I could never do that. Or I would be the type to say, I need you to tell me no 3 times. Which is not great for sales. you need to actively care about that. And one more time for you. Deck nabbit. Okay, so the Wyndham Ruins do have ruin sigils on them, or inside of it, excuse me. And my job is to find them. That completes the segment. That completes this particular segment. It's not very easy. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. How was your weekend, if you don't mind my asking? I trust that you had a good one. I had a okay weekend. I got to do what I wanted, and I got to go out to my local trading card store and play some games of Commander, of Magic the Gathering Commander. So I'm very happy. I was very happy to do that. Got to meet some new people that I hope will be semi-regular occurrences, since that is the store's like free Commander night. Alan says it was good. Remember that date that I was going on? Yeah, taking the chick out to the fair, right? Did not work out. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry it didn't work out. If you don't mind my asking, why didn't it work out? Because it seemed like you were quite prepared for that. Yeah, that always stinks. I remember trying to give a gift to a girl in high school. I had welded her something. I had welded some freeform as a gift, and okay, let me back up because I realized there's a crossbowman back there. And I just could not get the gift to her. So it ended up being a gift for someone else. She didn't show. Okay. Ghosting or some other reason. Sounds like a ghost and then block. Like, that's gross. Aelin says, I don't know what the F I did. You didn't do anything. It sounds like it's on her, right? Like she just did not supply a reason to you, like, oh, I'm sick, I don't feel well, or there was some other exchange where she's like, I don't feel comfortable that you said or did this. Assuming there wasn't any of that going on, then you're the latest victim. You went with your buddies, though? Nice. Did you have... Then not all bad? Good. I'm glad to hear that. At least the good time was salvaged. But yeah, I'm sorry you got ghosted like that. That's never fun. I see it online all the time. People just ghosting. It seems like a phenomena that is happening in the world of dating right now, where it's like everyone thinks they have limitless options, so they're gonna ghost. They're going to not treat you with the amount of respect that you deserve. They're not going to properly close communications. I could go on and on, but This has been happening for a while now. It's this trend of people ghosting and just blocking is one of the many reasons why there has been a significant uptick in what is called passport bros, which is where people from the US, specifically men, but I mean, hey, there could be a passport lesbian too. That does occasionally happen, where they will go over to the Philippines or go over to like Taiwan or one of these other places and pick up their potential partner and bring them back. It's a really common phenomena, actually. Makes people in the Philippines upset. Yeah, okay, I need to find the other sigil, and I do not know where that is. It's been a while since I've been here. It's got to be around here somewhere, though. Or maybe it's down back at the bottom. Yeah, there's a bird's eye telescope that I can use. Still, I am sorry you were a victim of that, Alan. Truly, I hope that the next person you find does not do that to you. And it's stinky. There's no reason to do that. As a single man who has watched many of his friends, both man and woman alike, suffer from all these kinds of dating problems, this is just my friendly little PSA to folks out there. Hey, if you're thinking of ghosting someone, don't. How would it feel if they did that to you? It would feel awful, right? It would feel awful. So why? Don't. Communicate properly. Alan says, anywho, I started a D&D campaign last week. I think wow, that is awesome. I think the next session is tomorrow. Nice. If you started one, are you telling me that you're a player in the campaign, or are you telling me you're the dungeon master for the campaign? If you don't mind my asking. Because started makes me think dungeon master for some reason, which may not be accurate. Okay, so there's at least one more sigil, and I need to find it. And then we can call this section cleared. Aelin says, yeah, I'm a Minotaur barbarian named Binkus. Nice. Nice. Oh, so, okay, so you're playing in the campaign. That's cool. Is he a and you can only talk in past tense. I was about to say past tense is certainly a term of phrase, but that's funny. Was the past tense requirement something you put on, or stipulation of the campaign you're in? If and you don't mind my asking. Wait, I need to okay, so it should be to my right then, if I'm seeing things out of the bird's eye telescope correctly. Should be right in here. We even killed some enemies earlier, and I just never saw this. There's more? There's a fourth one? Yeah, I guess this place is big enough that I could see this meriting a fourth one. All right, let's try to find it. Aelin says, nah, my DM made me roll for a thing that would make it more chaotic, and I rolled it. Ah, okay, so this is like this must be a background trait, right? the trait says you can only talk in a past tense. That's cool. Well, I do hope you enjoy it. I know D&D is not necessarily for everyone, but if you have a good group of friends that you're with, that it makes the role playing just so much better. My goodness, where is this sigil? It's not back there. I guess I'll have to like poke around a little bit more. And for now, let me use this because I don't need it. Not to deal with dinky old not to deal with dinky old skeletons. Don't need that. Yeah, that ought to be fun. And I hope that the experience opens you up to some more D&D, because D&D is fun. This is coming from someone who plays in a D&D campaign of his own. I'm in the current campaign that I'm part of. I am part of a pair of goblin siblings. I'm Jingle, and one of the players at my campaign is... I'm sorry, I'm Jangle, and the other person is Jingle, and they're a bard, I'm an artificer, and together we sing songs, make traps, get into a little bit of chaos, and you know, try to we try to stop Tiamat from rampaging across Green Nest or other places. It's a fun little campaign. It's gotten me out of my comfort zone a little bit. I don't normally rhyme when I cast spells, but I put myself under that restriction for Jangle, and I've enjoyed it. I've got a little spreadsheet of rhymes that I pull from, and I'm getting better ad-libbing them all the time, which will hopefully translate to my streaming slightly. I might be a little bit better at off-the-cuff remarks in the future. How did I miss this in the scans? But I think this should be the last seal. Yeah. Okay. Segment done. Now, I hope that what we find is the Erdtree Burial Watchdog, and if not, I hope it's over here. It's not this building, it's the other building. But before that, I was a huge Pathfinder player, specifically Pathfinder First Edition. The one that's close to like Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. I've both played and DM'd for that system, and tabletop games like that are a huge amount of fun. I generally enjoy it. Okay, I'm just gonna actually make this stationary. Oh, if I make it stationary though, I can't actually that it doesn't actually attack down here. Okay, any other skeletons? I don't think so. Alan says I got a game that I wanted on a really good sale a couple of days ago. Nice. Which one? If and you don't mind my asking, that is. What is my reward for dealing with all this? The Pearl Drake Talisman. Ah, the baby version, and it's a Pearl Drake +1 even. This is like having all these talismans together in the +1 version, but slightly less. It's an awesome talisman. I feel the sneeze coming on. Sorry about that. Arma 3, it's a battle simulator. Do you generally like battle simulators, Alan, if you don't mind my asking? Alan says, I think the devs literally got arrested and put in jail for it being too realistic. I wouldn't be surprised, because we're talking like real human gore and guts, right? It's not just any old little thing under the sun. Yeah, I think I'm actually doing the splits backwards, or starting to do them backwards, which I'm not sure I like, but it's what happens when you die at the point that you are normally not supposed to. Alan says, I like war games in general. Gotcha. That's the first full sim that I've played. Nice. Did you enjoy it? Or have you been enjoying it, I should say, since it's only been a couple of days? I can't say the last time I actually put myself in like a real-time strategy, like simulator type thing. Like Civilization, the Civilization games come to mind, but that's not a war sim. That's not even close to that, actually. But I'm trying to think of anything that would be an analog to that. Alan says, and I don't think they got arrested for gore. I think it was because of the amount of detail on like planes and stuff. Oh, like maybe they put in a brand that they weren't supposed to, or they copied since they accidentally brushed up against a military design. Yeah, I could see that. Governments aren't typically too keen to have their warplanes painted or modeled in their in-game simulations. It's a bit too close to national security. It's still stinky, but it's an FPS. Yeah, like think of the campaign of COD, but way more realistic. Yeah, then I'm not surprised. That it still sucks that happened, but I'm not surprised that an arrest had happened. Yeah, the governments generally don't like war simulators. And some of the actions range from, okay, we're going to sue you into the ground. Okay, you can have the war simulator, but you need to change what you're doing. Like in Germany, you can't display the Nazi symbol. It's got to be a hooked cross or an iron cross in a lot of cases. Ranging to, well, like what you were saying, arrests. Maybe even borderline executions, depending on what countries we're talking about. If they don't outright ban the game before getting to that point. You looked it up? Okay, I am color me intrigued. Color me intrigued. And I am quite curious to know more. Huh. Alan says they got charged for espionage because they took pics and vids of Greek military bases. Yep, I knew it. No, I didn't know it was espionage specifically, but Alan says the game is set on an island around Greece. Yeah, no wonder they got arrested. There's taking pride in one's work, right? And with war simulators, I do think I need to be careful what line I'm striding here. I think it's cool that they went and actually got source photos. They didn't use AI, or they didn't make it up, right? Because making it up would have been easier, but making it up would have been safer. And especially if being realistic came at the cost of taking pictures of actual military installations. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Greek government took offense to that. I'm really not surprised. Yeah, that's right on the border of espionage. It's like 13 years old, I think. Okay, you've made me want to look this up myself, so. Oh, I typed in, oh, it auto-corrected. Don't do that, phone. Yeah, specifically Ivan Bukta and Martin Peslar are the ones that are imprisoned, among other things. They are being detained in Greece. Grunge says I've played quite a bit of Arma 3. Oh, did you enjoy it, Grunge? Or was it not your cup of tea? Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well and that you've had a wonderful weekend. And I hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. My weekend was all right. I got to do the things I wanted to do. I wish I could have rolled out some content, but that is neither here nor there. Let me go back to the table and like crack these lost ashes. Mr. Jason says you are live, good sir. So yes, I'm doing very well. I'm glad to hear it. Also, before I forget, because if I don't have Firebot on, it won't do this. I need to very specifically wipe the counter. There we go. Grunge says, you know, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, right? Yeah, PUBG. It was an Arma 3 mod originally back in the day, and I played that a lot. I would also go into creative mode and spawn in NPCs to mindlessly kill. I didn't know it was an Arma 3 mod. That's a cool piece of history. Wow, the things that become their own game when they're modded first. I wonder how many games end up becoming like, or how many mods end up having the meat and potatoes to become their own game later. I could probably count on the amount of, I could count on one hand the number of times that's actually happened. It's slightly more common for a mod dev to become a game developer with their work. It is slightly more common for that to happen. Alan says I just downloaded the mods my friends told me to. I have one called Cup, I think. Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin didn't even need to put any effort into finding the best mods. No, I know. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason, and I agree. But I do think I had to put in some effort. If I had not, if the relationship was not properly nurtured, you surely would not continue to be here. I know. I'm trying to like, I don't know, I guess be the foil to the statement, good sir. Okay, can we finally get a smoldering triple star skills? Yeah, Deck Nabbit. Come on, give me a triple star chaotic. I guess I am asking for a lot here, but still, come on. That's really unfortunate. Just grody. So gross. Could be worse, I suppose. Can we? I don't believe we can strengthen. Oh, we can strengthen something. Okay, cool. Mr. Jason says in Coinstamp Incorporated, my official title is the CGO. Corporate General? I don't know. I don't remember what CGO stands for. Chief Glazing Officer. Never mind. That is not a real title. That is something else altogether. I'm gonna sell all these because I'm sure I've got 2 levels lying around in all this. Plus some more when I sell all the greases and stuff. Okay, what else can we like sell here? How was your weekend, Mr. Jason? Aelin says I also have Antistacy Ultimate. What's that? That's like another war simulator, right? I think that's what that particular what you're talking about is. Would that be right? Okay, that one's fine. Bloodstained dagger. We don't really need that. We got a regular one just fine that weighs less. Just sell all this unneeded, unnecessary stuff. Aelin says it's an Arma mod. It adds a bunch of stuff. Fair enough. It's probably like a overhaul mod or something. That's totally fine. What has it been fun? That is the important part. With mods, you either learn that you like them or you don't. As is the case with Elden Ring Reforged, also a mod made by Team Kernifer for the lovely game of Elden Ring. You either like the technical aspects that are in this mod, or you go play Convergence or something. One of those two things. Red Wolf's Fang. Well, that is a curved sword. That's got a weight of 1. Yeah, but it doesn't have the cerulean dagger effect, though. Yeah, it doesn't have the cerulean effect. Cerulean dagger effect. That's kind of a problem. I'll keep this for now. If there's ever a way to put that type of effect onto another weapon, then I will definitely sell it, but I don't foresee this happening. Just sell all of this unnecessary stuff. Oh, actually, is that a... No, that is a... I will keep this short bow then, just in case. Maybe use the holy bow now that we have it. Just sell a bunch of unneeded, unnecessary things. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Quaid, there's a possibility I may be able to attend the stream on Friday, good sir, but Mr. Jason will have to be on his phone. No worries, Mr. Jason. There's not going to be a stream on Friday. I got confirmation of my client job yesterday for the 3rd of July, so you don't need to worry about it, good sir. Again, I'll put a Discord notice about that later. That way people aren't blindsided. The change has already been reflected in the calendar, or in the calendar channel on my Discord server, so people can always look there for the most accurate schedule, but I'll say something as well. Aelin says, yeah, the game mode Antistasi adds is fun. The campaign is in the base game is hell. Nice. Aelin says I keep getting stuck on one mission. So did Antistasi let you pass it, or like have less of a difficult time with it, or is this with the mod on top that you're stuck? Very well, Mr. Jason. Duly noted indeed. Let's see. Grunge says, back in the day, like 8 years ago, I streamed Arma 3 and did my best to make a Call of Duty tier campaign in the mission editor, where everything is constantly exploding. I called it the Find the Fat Bastard. And I had to race across an island while everything was randomly exploding. Recruit an NPC called Fat Bastard, get into a chopper, and fly him to another island. I added zombie spawns and other things along the way, and I played licensed music. Ballshack was there. It was probably my best. Oh, it's not. This one happened to be based off of the Austin Powers character of the same name, would it? Because that's what's in my, that's the kind of evil thought in my mind right now, is one of those. We're just going to remove the unneeded and unnecessary shields. Aelin says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing something. Mr. Jason says, with the upcoming game Splatoon Raiders for the Nintendo Switch 2, good sir, Nintendo UK showed off the multiplayer aspect of the game, and it showed 4 Nintendo Switch 2s. Mr. Jason says, I can literally connect 4 systems right now with the Nintendo Switch. Does it have to be? I think it has to be 4 Switch 2s. But yeah, you can connect them. Switch Lite, Switch V2, Switch OLED, and Switch 2. Unless those are all Switch 2s, in which case, oh my god. Aelin says the mod doesn't change anything like gameplay. It just adds the game mode and a bunch of guns and stuff. Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. Mr. Jason goes on to say, Mr. Jason is, of course, inferring that Mr. Jason is probably going to have more than one Nintendo Switch 2 system eventually. As is expected, that is very much a Mr. Jason thing. Could not be me. Grunge says, yeah, it was from that. I got the reference. See, I'm not I am not wholly without knowledge of the references. This is dexterity. Okay. That's hilarious. It was sort of just like a so stupid it becomes funny again sort of deal. I believe it. I believe it. Alan says, you ever had go-kart races around the islands? Oh, you're talking to Grunge about that. Okay. And they apparently have played the go-kart missions in Arma. So that ought to be a interesting conversation. At the very least. I'd love to be thinking about what other games or DLC I could purchase. I'd love to be doing that, but oh, that's an interesting set bonus. Evil Eye on a suit of armor. That's kind of cool. I like that. I'm gonna keep the Crucible set for now as like a high defense option that may be useful for trudging through lava. And that might also be needed. Part of me doesn't want to get rid of it, but we already have gotten it part of the way through. Just go ahead and sell off these. And is there anything I can sell? I'm literally never using the Blasphemous Crest, so I should probably sell it. Maybe at some point we can play a fire spells only, but I specifically use magma sorceries rather than anything else. Like add a special stipulation for that. Grunge says Arma 3 is one of those games where the game engine feels like it's about to explode whenever you do anything. Sounds incredibly unoptimized. If you drive your car into a plane, it's probably just going to immediately explode, both you and send the plane spinning around into the air. So there's lots of ragdolling type physics in it then. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason cleared out the entirety of Mr. Jason's Sony PlayStation 5 by putting all of Mr. Jason's games on the external 4TB SSD, mostly for Grand Theft Auto 6. But now Mr. Jason can undo that, as Mr. Jason is personally skipping Grand Theft Auto 6, good sir, because it's a code in a box. Code in the box. Code in the box. I'm sorry. I had to. It was nagging me. It was right there. I felt like I had to sing it again. Sorry. Can we upgrade any of our other ones? No, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. That's fine. We're done with upgrades here. Mr. Jason will be skipping. Duly noted, good sir. I think a lot of people are skipping GTA 6. There were some people that were going to skip due to the controversy around the studio's treatment of its employees in the UK. There's some people that were skipping out because they took too long. And now there are going to be a whole lot more people that skip because, you know, sailing high on the seven seas over code in the box. Grunge says it's sort of the opposite. Like, if you can run someone over with your car, they will stay in the running animation and phase through the car. Oh, so the game is held together with duct tape and glue. Gotcha. And then 1 second later, blood PNGs will spawn on them and they are immediately lying on the ground dead. It's a lot of things like that. Or door opening and hitting your character kills you and you phase through the door. Yeah, it's a bunch of jank. Unoptimized, glitchy jank. I could see people being in the, you know, enjoying the janky game for that reason. I couldn't do that, but I could certainly see some other people. Let's see, this is increasing FP regen from attacking and spell casts. Okay, and elemental defense. Good. Mr. Jason says some people are skipping on Grand Theft Auto 6 because of, according to Reddit, oh my god, Rockstar is locking things behind the Ultimate Edition. That's nothing new. I don't know why people are skipping over. I guess that is a reason you can skip, but there were things locked behind Ultimate Editions all the time. Now, was it right? No. It's not right, and it's the sort of thing that Stop Killing Games is all about. Like, that's one of the things is like, not only that, but in Europe in general, is about making sure that there are at least some movements that are like, hey, people are being taken advantage of with microtransactions and DLCs, where you need to buy one currency to get to another currency in order to pay for the DLC, which isn't right. So there are laws that are going to be like ultimately, hopefully signed that change that. Grunge says, yeah, I mean, it's very, very funny. And as a military simulation, okay, it makes sense because most of what you're doing is shooting people who are just tiny black splotches across a mountain miles away. Sorry, that's not funny. I have a mental image in my head that I'm laughing at when I read that. That's what I was laughing at. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I know that and you know that, but Reddit, because why not Reddit? Mr. Jason says, stop killing games, keep glazing coin. What else is new? I appreciate that, good sir. Still, I hope the legal proceedings work out for SKG and SKG and like the other rules that are being looked at to make the gaming markets fair and not duplicitous by their very nature. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir. Oh, say, can you see? Sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to get better, but improv. Trying to do improv. Improv requires kind of doing stuff on the spot. But yes, what is it that we are trying to see? Is there a... No, there is not. Okay, that's fine. I didn't think there was an illusory wall, but I had to check. Oh God, please don't let there be another, okay, no, these are imps. Good. Mr. Jason likes Grand Theft Auto games, but all that Mr. Jason really does is just drive around and take in the wonderful 4K and HDR. Mr. Jason is not attached to the series, and so Mr. Jason doesn't care if it's been in development for 50 plus years, good sir. Mr. Jason will skip as Mr. Jason sticks to his principles. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Sticking to one's principles is so incredibly important these days. And my turn to attack. All right. Cool. Grunge says, by the way, the reason I asked about the PFP was because I wanted to ask if you were someone who reads messages on things as like the PFP saying it. Do you mean, are you ready, my young senator? Do I have an Odin, the All-Father voice? No, not really. I wish I could. And here's the thing. A lot of people assume Odin the All-Father equals tough guy, but let's not forget, Odin the All-Father was known by more than 140 names. 140 different names. A lot of them are in reference to him being king among the gods of the Norse pantheon. And Odin was moreover known for being a warlock, being into the casting of spells. He wasn't the purveyor of magic. That's a different god, but he was very much interested in acquiring knowledge. He's a scholarly sort, but imagine if you combine that with like a warrior's mythos. That would be who Odin is, basically. Mr. Jason was saying, as I was saying to a friend on Discord last night, good sir, I absolutely love The Legend of Zelda more than any other series, but if any of the games wasn't released physically, I would go so far as to say that I would even skip a new The Legend of Zelda game. After all, as silly as that sounds, sticking to principles is very respectable. If you say I refuse to buy product for a reason and then buy it anyway, you end up looking like a hypocrite. And there are few worse things in life than hypocrisy. But most hypocrisy can be excused with at least the right reasons. Grunge says, I meant like if someone was talking to you and they had an Odin PFP, do you sort of imagine that image of Odin saying their message? No, I don't. I don't get into that kind of headspace. That's the sort of thing I reserve for like D&D, where like I'm aware that everything and everyone is supposed to have a different voice.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I could maybe try practicing that. Maybe get better at impressions. which is kind of what it's like. You're asking whether I've formed an impression from other people's PFPs, and the answer to that is no. That could be something else I maybe try to do, is like work up an impression or two. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. I greatly appreciate it. In the next 4.5 minutes, we will be taking our commercial break. That is what that warning sound was for. During that time, there will be ads playing on Twitch. With or without an ad blocker, I recommend that people get up and stretch during that time, because I'll be doing the same thing. But I encourage us to kind of like take the break together as a channel, as a community. But I am not the arbiter of anyone's time. Spend it however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam that indicates how long the break will last. Once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned from my stretch break. The ads should have finished, and we will pick right back up where we left off. I'm going to catch up on messages, and then we will keep it moving. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is still very disappointed with the Spyro Reignited trilogy, good sir. Spyro the Dragon on disc, Spyro 2, Gateway to Glimmer, and Spyro Year of the Dragon are downloads. What? Well, yeah, they're downloads. I got the game online as a download. It just... you would have preferred having a physical copy. I think what was the company? What was the dev studio? Was it Toys for Bob? I think it might be Toys for Bob. That had like special stipulations as part of joining or being subsidized by Activision. Toys for Bob, yes. Okay. Because Toys for Bob, as soon as the Reignited trilogy was finished, you know where they got sent? They went over to Call of Duty for a while. Activision literally sent them there and had them work on Call of Duty stuff. Toys for Bob kind of like recently purchased their independence from Activision to work on more Spyro stuff. The thing they actually want to be doing. So I'm not surprised that they're downloads. Maybe that was a stipulation for being part of Activision. Grunge says, well, yeah, well, obviously, you know, it's not really them, but like when someone has a PFP that isn't a face, I do find myself feeling the messages are more impersonal. That's fair. That's totally fair. but not having your face as a PvP is incredibly common. So I guess I just don't think much of it, because I've seen PvPs of shirtless torsos that were just straight up not a face, or, you know, insert VTuber waifu here or something like that. Mr. Jason says Toys for Bob. Yep. Glad I got that correct. Mr. Jason then says, they're glad that Toys for Bob is independent. Me too. Here's to hoping the next Spyro game is good. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason's PvP on Discord is at least Mr. Jason's actual me. I get the feeling people are going to try to use that to circumvent the age verification. Or here, insert the Death Stranding image here. Grunge says, I guess I do start guessing about the person based off the PvP. Now that I do. That I do engage in. But we will talk about that after the break. See everyone then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we had a wonderful commercial break. Yeah, I do get into the headspace of I ask why they might have chosen the profile picture that they did. I never ask directly either. I don't ask people why they chose. I keep my guess to myself. Now, if the discussion of profile pictures comes up, then I maybe consider. I then consider maybe asking, like, oh, hey, where did you get your PFP or something? I maybe try and ask that way. But I in general, I try not to ask people about stuff like that. I figured it could be personal. It could be their business. And not everyone likes talking about why they put something out there. I try to be considerate. And sometimes being considerate means not asking questions. And keeping my inquisitiveness to myself, because I can, in fact, be a very inquisitive person. As a kid, I almost always asked why. Just gonna kite these enemies. Okay, not sure where they came from. But I sure as heck ain't gonna let them just get away with it either. I'm willing to bet these corpses keep respawning. Oh, why did I step in that? That was stupid. I died for no reason. I died because I was curious about a trap. I even knew the trap was there. Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. Yucky. Okay, let me not make that mistake again. I forgot that that was the one that shot out the lightning trap. Or the lightning arrow trap. Why is it that a spell in Elden Ring? Come on, that's a very classic port of a spell. You could even have it as like a generator. I think it would be pretty good, and it would be way better than Honed Bolt. Okay, I'm kind of lying. It doesn't make sense for Elden Ring to do that. That's just not how lightning works in that game. Oh, my turn to feel the effects from that. Okay, let me not engage in any of that. Holy heck, that was a stupid error. That was an unforced error. If I ever try to do this hitless, I'm gonna really freaking regret it. Okay, let's learn from the lessons of the past. We're not going to we're not going to like die to stupid. Grunge says, did you wonder what Bolshek's PFP was on Discord? Kind of. I figured that was either him, like, personally, or, you know, probably some like sitcom or TV character. I tried to get into the headspace a little bit, but not too incredibly much. What's up, Mr. Jason? What random fact do you have for me? For us, even as the audience. Okay, then we just kite them right into this and they bleed right out. Grunge says he chooses intentionally esoteric things. Oh, he's a man of culture at the very least. Mr. Jason says, based on the retail price that Nintendo set, Mr. Jason has almost 2,500 pounds worth of just Nintendo Switch systems. What a mad lad. Could not be me. I have my one original Switch. I do not have anything else. Truly, if I had UBI, maybe I could like get something like that, but I do not see that happening. UBI is like a thing that billionaire elite say as a means to get people on their side, but it is a grift. It is a shallow grift meant for soulless human vessels to clap at and then forget they ever said it. So that is impressive. I think I own that much in computer equipment. Even when I account for the adjusted value, which would be like, what, almost 4.5K? 4K, 4.5K? Yeah, my computer equipment costs about that much. The streaming or the gaming computer alone is like 3,500, and then the streaming computer was bought for me, and the mainline computer was like 1,500. Mr. Jason says that Mr. Jason's TV, good sir, was at its retail price was 2,400 pounds. Nice. Although you got it on sale, yeah. Because who would pay 2,500 for a TV? Mr. Jason's, or I'm sorry, Grunge says it's from like a 240p YouTube video of the ending of the 2003 movie Bulletproof Monk. The video is called The Worst Line in Movie History, or something like that, and it's Sean Scott explaining he figured out a wisdom riddle involving hot dogs and hot dog buns that was introduced earlier in the movie, and it's just incomprehensible. Something like, always be happy you have a hot dog. Yeah, just always be happy you have a hot dog. Oh boy, that could be misconstrued so many different ways. It could also be construed correctly and be a little nugget of wisdom as well. It could be lots of things. That statement is funny. Mr. Jason says, does Mr. Coin see the pattern, good sir? Yes, you like things that are 4 digits. You actually like things that are 6 digits, if I may be so bold, as in 4 digits and a decimal point with 2 more digits. But that's just me. All right. I believe this guy likes to call down. He's just a laying down knight. He can. He does like to summon lightning in here, and in a watery space. Let me tell you. How ill-advised that is. It's almost better you take the impact because you'll get You'll die from the splash damage. Mr. Jason says, I'll always be happy that I can glaze Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, good sir. Grunge says it's meant to be like an ancient Chinese wisdom in the movie to prove that he's completed his training to become the next bulletproof monk. I think the only thing he became was a bulletproof laughing stock. But did he ever become a bulletproof monk? That might be too obscure for memory, which I would not blame people for if that were the case. Okay, let's see. Is this a room we can skip? No, it is not. Grunge says, yeah, Chow Yun Fat transfers the magic scroll letter tattoos onto him. Chow Yun Fat? What kind of a name is that? Did this movie just put in all the caricatures under the sun? I'm sorry, what? Chow Yun Fat. Oh my god. I don't know what to make of that. I'm stun locked. I'm actually stun locked. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin and Seremu's channel, I am now 79 or 75,900 points, 75.9k points away from 700,000. Nice. Nice. Just think of all those channel point rewards you could use that you could have used your points on. Think of all the song requests, the funny haha emotes, and the so many other things you could have spent that on. Grunge says it's a real name of a Chinese actor. Then I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. I am sorry for being insensitive. Making fun of someone's name is not nice. It is very not nice. I thought that was the name of a character or something, but I should have verified if that was a name of a real actor or not. Yeah, it's not okay. Alan says I have 24k. Nice. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is aiming for 1 million, good sir. Lofty goals for lofty people is what I have to say about that. Is there... Okay, are there... No, not that I can see. Let's kill this one first. Grunge says he's called the monk with no name in the movie. The monk with no name. They couldn't be arsed to give him a name, and so, they just said, well, it doesn't even matter. Just don't give him a name. The wild bit of development. Okay, so there is something down there. And I think that the part up here is misdirection. We're gonna find out. And I was correct. Or kind of correct. Cool, okay. Alan says I'm at my grandpa's pool right now. You're playing, I trust you're sitting at a, you know, a table or something. Yeah, I trust you're, you know, sitting on a dry piece of land and you're not currently texting with wet hands in a pool. Not that you would do that, but still. That's always a thought in the back of my mind. Mr. Jason says, that enemy's aim is shocking. I need to go back and actually put all the correct counts on jokes and puns in the archive. I need to fix that. Grunge says Chow Yun Fat is in a lot of great movies. Bulletproof Monk isn't one of them. Okay. Wait, so are we having like No, we're not. No, we're not having a parallel conversation. Did he act as himself then? Maybe I just need to, maybe I need to see the film. This sounds like growing or like young adult with Charlize Theron and Patton Oswalt, where the plot is kind of ludicrous on its face, and the whole point is that it's supposed to be kind of stupid. Aelin says we have a swing on a tree and I'm on that. Nice. Okay. Not a pool. Good. Good. Not a pool. That's great. I want the item back there. And now once again we come up here. Grunge says, I just name actors instead of characters from movies, if that's what you were lost on. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so that, yeah, that I was a little bit mixed up. Why are we why were two entities sharing an identity in a movie? But I get it now. He plays the character called the monk with no name in the 2003 movie Bulletproof Monk. Gotcha. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Mr. Jason is very excited for this weekend. From Friday, Mr. Jason will not be on Discord or Twitch until Monday. Your very vaunted vacation, right? The very titularly described vacation. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Jason is a little disappointed, good sir, for where Mr. Jason is going this weekend, there is not even a single hotel chocolat store, and Mr. Jason is only taking 170 pounds. Holiday in the UK, good sir. But yes, I think you could take a vacation and not leave your country. Yeah, I could, you could definitely do that, but you mean that you're going away on a holiday, like holiday and vacation are the same word here, right? Okay, is there I don't see an imp in here. Mr. Jason says, oh no, good sir. Vacation is American. Holiday is British. Gotcha. I'm sorry, British. Make sure I dot my I's and cross my T's for that. There was an imp. There was an imp. What? All right. How did I not get hit during this entire exchange? I mean, I guess skill, but like, come on. I looked and didn't see the imp until after they darted out. Okay, I guess I'll try to remember there's an imp there. And I have a terrible time dodging the flamberge wielding imps. Yes, but you can go on a vacation / take a holiday and not leave your country. I mean, heck, when we go on vacation, sorry, let me not being American, there are places you can go, and there are places you can go out on like some sort of sabbatical and it feel like you're taking a vacation. Now, to put my American hat on for a second, our country is big enough that we can go lots of places and it feel like we're taking a vacation. In many cases, we never need to actually. There are Americans that spend their whole life in at home, but they still feel like they get to take a holiday or a vacation, because there are many places you could go to in the States and you'll still not have seen it all. It's that big of a land. All right, taking the American hat off because I don't want to piss people off. That's kind of like the big distinction. Lots of us don't know what it's like to travel to foreign lands, and the ones of us that do either do it on business or we have family that live out that way anyway, and so that would be where that experience would kind of come in for us. No, I did not mean to do that. That I am standing right in front of one of these. That's like standing still when a Goomba's crossing your path and just hoping the Goomba doesn't run right into you. Mr. Jason says, oh, I'm just staying in the UK, good sir. I figured. I kind of used your statement to, when I was talking about you know, the difference between a vacation and holiday, or that they're the same word for two different, they mean the same thing for two different countries. I use that as a springboard to talk about, you know, my I guess my experience as a statesman who has not left his, who has not gone on a vacation to anything more than like 6 states out. I'm trying to like catch them in a where they're not doing this. Sorry, these guys are acting weird right now is what they're doing. There we go. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is genuinely surprised that there are no Hotel Chocolat stores. Yeah. Yeah, we have our own brands that come nowhere close, and none of them serve drinks in quite the same way as Hotel Chocolat. That's kind of like split up for us. Mr. Jason says, I don't know about states, good sir, but America is definitely in a state right now. Yeah, it's okay. It's not Friday. We can talk about it. Yeah, we're this is Armageddon. It is the end times for sure. My dad and I, maybe me more than him, right? I want to be careful not to ascribe beliefs that maybe only I hold. I want to be careful not to project onto people. We've had natural disasters. We've had tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. It's prophesized in the Bible that when you start hearing about wars and the rumors of wars and natural disasters of every shape and size, and when the food spoils en masse, then you'll know you're in the end times. And I truly do kind of think we're in those now. I just didn't think my country would be the progenitor of them. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think I would, I didn't think I would have to worry about that. Well, Grunge asks, your dad thinks this or you? So we both think we're in the end times because Revelations, the last one of the last chapters in the Bible, talks about a moment in time where there are natural disasters, and seemingly in like 2025, 2024 and like 2026, we've had them. We've had a good chunk of them. Including but not limited to oh, did I already pull a door? I must have already pulled a lever or something. Okay, I need to maybe head back. Yeah, I think that's what this is telling me to do, is head back. Let's see. Didn't we have, it wasn't Yellowstone, it was a different volcano that erupted in like the past 2 years. We've had earthquakes in Venezuela. As of recently, there were earthquakes there. 2 quakes back to back, where the second quake was stronger than the first. We've had tsunamis every so often. Cold freezes. Like the climate is getting worse. If I were to put science to the belief, then, you know, the uptick in climate change is responsible for the natural disasters we're experiencing right now. And the climate change is spurred on by us as human beings. Grunge says, if you don't mind me asking, does your dad share religious beliefs with you? It's complicated. Let me start with the short answer. It's complicated. We're both Christian. This is the longer answer. We're both Christian. We're both non-denominational. He spent his time in what would be considered what would be called the Church of God. Which is it's not strictly non-denominational. It's just not any of the other denominations either. But they're kind of like your garden variety Baptist, just no baptisms. Whereas I am more of a strict non-denominationalist. I spent a large part of my initial time in the church in a Baptist church, and then a non-denominational church after that. So that is where a lot of my beliefs come from. But I've supplemented those with my philosophical underpinnings in Druidry, and the philosophies. My dad has not done any such thing. My dad has done no such thing. He is an honest and pure Christian. Whether good or bad, I won't say. I'm the one that is mixing beliefs. There's some areas where we overlap. There's some things where we overlap, and then there are many more things where we are different. We are supremely different, and there's just no hope of reconciliation whatsoever. Grunge says, are you both Trinitarians then? I do not know what that means. Like, do we believe in the Holy Trinity? The God, like God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit? Yeah, I would say we both believe that, but if it's something else, then I'm not sure. Let me look it up. Making sure to use -AI, or I will get hallucinations. Grunge says, yeah, that's it. The opposite would be a Unitarian. I'm not sure I can give you a satisfactory answer to your question. I would be hesitant to label my dad with anything. I think I would have to ask him about that first. And he might not even know what I'm talking about. And if I have to explain it, then I definitely should do my homework on it. I definitely believe that there are 3 entities. But there is some, from just the preliminary bit I read online, there is some confusion about whether the belief in a divided divinity, that is God, Jesus, God, his Son, and the Holy Ghost, are whether they're part of the same whole, and so there's no point in referencing the split, or whether all the distinct parts are worth talking about and should and can be discussed separately. Grunge says if your church confesses the divinity of Christ and the Holy Spirit, it would be Trinitarian. Then I guess I'm Trinitarian. I will decline to say where my dad's beliefs fall in that, because I don't know. I've asked him, but I don't remember what exactly he said about it. And so I would just prefer to look into that for you before I give an answer. That's all. Where is this door? Was the door in the beginning and I've just missed where it was? I might have. Yeah, I think the door was back in the beginning. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I can't believe that we're almost out of the 6th month of 12. Don't remind me. I know. No, I can't believe it either. But at the same time, part of me would rather not think about what month it is out of the year, and that I've got 2.5 more years of hell to put up with first. Grunge says a Unitarian would be like God the Father is the only divine person and Christ is, say, created at some point in time and not God, which is what the Jehovah's Witnesses believe. Yeah, I definitely don't think that way. I guess I'm a Trinitarian. That would be a good way to put it then. If I'm being completely honest, I have not particularly dwelled on that specific belief for too long. I have not done that. It makes the most sense to me that if we're going to talk about God as having 3 parts, then he is the Trinitarian approach is correct, but at least I view it as the correct one. But I am not a theologian. I'm not Alex on YouTube. I do not have a degree in theology. I do not and have not studied the Bible in anywhere near enough of a degree to talk about it. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason isn't religious. He doesn't mind what people wish to believe, but Mr. Jason believes in troll creators, for Mr. Jason is one. That's fair. I suppose they're gods in their own right. At least on the particular software that they're choosing to troll on. Now, I'm hoping this is the Erd Tree Burial Watchdog, where I'm going to be a little bit upset. Grunge says, yeah, so generally there's a bunch of basic beliefs, basic meaning fundamental. Yeah, like a fundamentalist. That a lot of Protestants would list as like, this means you are a mainstream Christian, Trinitarianism being one. Yeah. Baptists are a huge, talk about the God, talk about God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit a lot. And considering that my senior project was done mostly inside the confines of a Baptist church, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of my like true core foundational beliefs are just baptism with some modifications made. But I think I have strayed so far away from baptism that I'm not really sure what I am other than being a general Christian. Mr. Jason says, in the video game world, good sir, yes, although it can extend to any game. Any game. Oh, are you a troll and like shoots and ladders or something? And while you're answering that, we're carrying out this absolutely thoughtful discussion of religion. It is time for that all-important boss battle. You guys know what that means. It is focus time, and I hope this will be done and over with pretty quickly. If it's the boss specified below. If not, well, we get to figure it out together. See you guys on the other side. What? Oh, right. This is a new type. It is a watchdog, but it spits out lightning, which I totally forgot about. Come on, I had a summon being aggroed. What are you doing? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I picked the wrong time to cast a spell. Okay, that's fine. Let me catch up on chat. Mr. Jason says, here's a casual lore drop, good sir. Name a villain, any villain, for it has been placed there by troll creators. That is just some official troll creator lore. So secretly, let me give you one that you maybe aren't familiar with, Mr. Jason. You think that Malos from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 had a troll level creator behind him, and that is it Amaltheus? Yeah, I think it's Amaltheus, and his puppeteering owner, Amaltheus, also were placed there expressly by troll level creators to do their bidding. And like a way over the top Xenoblade Chronicles style plot. If I'm parsing that correctly. I would here's the thing I'll say about my religion, and then sort of make another crack at this boss. These days, I would consider myself more over a philosophical druid and humanitarian more than I am a Christian. Like, being a Christian is my baseline, but thinking in terms of druidic philosophy and just overall trying to be a humanitarian has significantly warped my religious thinking such that I view my faith through the lens of being a druid and being someone who is humanitarian or tries to be humanitarian rather than anything else. Like I said, it's complicated. It's complicated. I've had a long time to think about it. I think about it a lot, all the time. I'd probably think about it less if I were classically employed. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. We back all the villains until they fail us, just like Ganondorf. When Suremu finally defeated Ganondorf in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Mr. Jason thanked Suremu and the Seven Sages for sealing him away, and then I entered the seal and transferred him to the deepest, darkest depths of Troll Castle 6 for failing me. Ah, yes. I think you would need to do a lot more than, that for Malos and Amaltheus. Xenoblade Chronicles, it has some wild plots, let me tell you. Maybe I should replay it for you guys sometime. Maybe play the trilogy. I have all of them. I have Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition with the future DLC in it. I've got Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Torna the Golden Country, and I have Xenoblade Chronicles 3 in the Future Redeemed. I've got like the whole kit and caboodle. The only thing I don't have is Xenoblade Chronicles X, and that's like a whole separate can of worms. But that would be a fun game. Take your time, Mr. Jason. We will just be here slaving away, defeating all these bosses. Maybe I try... No, I feel like Lutel would just be the better answer here. I'll try her again. Yep, I'm getting hit for tons of damage. Yeah, that has got some serious delay on it. Okay. I'm dying to stupid and I need to not do that. I'm also the sort of person that believes that the Lord acts through people. I do not believe in this whole, oh, well, God only acts through miracles, miracles of the divine, miracles of nature. I don't really, he can act that way, but it's very dangerous for us as human beings when he does that. I much prefer to think that until such natural events occur, such as a giant flood or scorching the earth whole with the fury of the sun, that he acts through people, good and bad, and all the actors are meant to teach a lesson. You just got to know what the lesson is. But that's getting a little bit too thick in the weeds in my personal interpretations of my faith compared to where the conversation was previously. I'll try summoning Kristoff, but I'm sorry. Oh, right, the water. It spreads out. That wasn't too bad. I just needed to not make the mistake. And Kristoff ended up being a lot better for that than Lutel ever was. Lutel's better at dodging like deft creatures that are good at attack or try to attack and melee a bunch. Big hard hits, not quite so much. Okay. That split is a done deal. No, that is the wrong one. Ah. Yeah, talk about that was a deep shift of subject. Which I'm totally fine with. It's put me in a different mood. Not a bad one, just I've become more introspective, if you will. It puts me in the mood of thinking about the past again. And my decisions that have led me to the point in life that I currently am in and what I might do differently. Of course, thinking about them does me no good, but nonetheless, that's where that is where my feelings are. It's very easy to put me in that kind of mood. It's something I try to be in control of, but it doesn't always work. Let's go back to the table, and I think now that actually I think before I think I'll handle the I think I will handle the Volcano Manor stuff when we're done with Demi-Human Queen Maggie, because the rest of that will have to take place inside Volcano Manor. I know the Magma Worm is one of the bosses inside. Oh, I don't think we can actually do that. This is... You can't actually use them. This number has not gone up. At the round table hold, 100 are required. It's weird. It's fine. We'll figure out what to do with that. I guess I'll... Actually, can we level up? I don't think we can. I don't think we can. I think we gotta convert to hard runes, or there's gonna be a problem. That's exactly what I think has got to take place, actually. What about equipment of champions? That that is not always based off of bosses. Sometimes it's based off of an enemy. Okay.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Welcome to CoinStamp. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that and putting up with me. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of every hour. It is a way to keep the Twitch experience from being any shittier than it already is. I do mean that very, very seriously. With or without an ad blocker, though, I recommend you guys get up and take a stretch break with me when that happens in the next 3 minutes. It'll make the time pass by faster. There'll be a little timer on in the upper right hand corner of your screen. It'll read out how long the ad break lasts. So when that timer is over, you'll know I have returned and the ad should be finished, and we'll pick right back up afterwards. But honestly, spend your time how you want to. Don't let me tell you what to do. I was thinking of doing a swap. That I might be able to kill that without necessarily needing to resort to that. We'll see. Okay, cool. We did get the large Ash of War Scarab. Some of the Codex entries are missable, and like the giant scarabs are one of them. So it's really, really important that we do it right. Why do I feel like there is a... That's because there is, but it's on the other side where we can't really see it. That's fine. Or we can't get to it from there. There's no, like, spirit spring one would use to get up there. That's fine. We'll just try to, like, be careful about the giant magma or volcanic spout, because no one wants to deal with that. They're kind of sucky to try to traverse. You take a lot of damage for trying to do it. In some cases, I've even gotten one shot from trying to cross these. But really not much more to do than just try not to get torrent too wet. Unstable fissure. Wait, what? One of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir. Prepare an explosive trap which erupts after some time, or when a foe approaches. Incredible. Careful, if I take too many ticks of that, I'm a dead man. Be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. It's just, yeah, if you guys want to jump up here and like go out of your way. No, get out of that, get out of that, get out of that. Not good, not good, not good. All right, yeah, that could have been bad. We had 100,000 runes on us. I would not have enjoyed losing those. That would have been awful. Yeah, I don't know. I'm open to talking about my faith. I don't like hate doing that, but I'm not the most open about it, i.e. I know that's not everyone's cup of tea to talk about, but this is the Coin Stamp channel, and that's kind of one of my key differentiators is that I'm willing to, you know, shoot the breeze with people and talk about the deeper things in life. Sorry, it can't all be corporately mandated sunshine and rainbows until the next grift shows up. Until, you know, inevitably some other business tries to palm you of your money. It can't always be about that. Your shield isn't really helping you out much, is it, Sir Round Table Ambassador, is it? Yeah. How about having, how about DPS based off of positional awareness? That's always the best, you know, bang for your buck. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, in the TCC, our new guest, Nabi Kuri, is a streamer who's considering becoming a TCC verified streamer. Oh, that'll be nice. I take it you pitched them the same offer you pitched me, or a similar offer. I believe Seethe Water Cave is the Kindred of Rot. If it isn't, that's fine, but I'm almost positive that it is. I hope I don't need to prepare like a cleanse spell while we're in here. Indeed. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, I hope they consider it. But, you know, it's got to work for them. If it doesn't work for them, I don't want them to make that choice. Because that will just cause both them and us problems. You thought you could toss your dinky little perfume at me and get away with it? Well, I got bad news for you, friend. That's not the case. You're not getting away with it. I don't remember much about Seethe Water Cave. I think I remember it being just like a very nondescript thing. Mr. Jason says, and as you know, good sir, I don't beat about the bush. I'm very open with the fact that I only invite people I have a good amount of respect for. Although if I don't invite someone, that doesn't mean I don't respect them. But I just like my exclusive club. Indeed. Indeed. You know, a good old, the good old boys club, as it were, sometimes. There's nothing wrong with those in theory, but you have to be exclusive is fine. When the club becomes snobbish, not so much. Then it is no longer fine. That's like my key differentiator, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that the TCC stays within the realm of semi-exclusive, but not snobbish. No one likes snobbish. Okay, no, we need to keep moving. We need to keep moving. Okay, this is the Kindred of Rot duo fight, I think. No, we need to go. We need to go a bit further, but also I absolutely should have. I absolutely should have prepared cleanses. That is on me for not doing that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. The official title for you is president. Let me also get the cleanses out. What am I still aggroed to? I'm still aggroed to something and I don't know what it is. Hello? Yeah, there's... no. Yuck. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, this is one of the consequences of that, is that you don't, sometimes the stick overrides your selection. Okay, let's, I still cannot craft. Cool. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. The official title for you is president, but you're essentially the director of operations. Yep. And I want operations to go nice and smooth, because I know Mr. Jason also wants the operations to go nice and smoothly. Okay, so there are some poisonous rot mounds that are going to make life trying to be idle enough for crafting kind of complicated. Okay. Yeah, I got punished for forgetting what this place was. But hey, that's what the routing is for, and I'll have all the notes compiled, so if we need to practice something, you know, not only will you guys have the information for it, but I will as well. Yuck. Is this just a dead end waiting on us? It is. It actually is straight up a dead end. That's fine. I'm trying to think. I don't even think my science club was quite that exclusive. It just never got big. Yeah, I'm sort of hoping that the community I've fostered on my Discord can get... I do want it to get bigger. I do need a social media presence. I've just not been very good about it. Which is hard because people are dumping social media en masse. I'm getting punished for standing in nothing, so let me move. Yeah, I've been waffling about social media as of a while now. I've never been particularly good at sticking with it. Okay, and then you have to get a different spell or I'm going to actually drive myself mad. What's up, Mr. Jason? Ooh, hello. Well, I could get up. There was no point in getting up there. Mr. Jason says, since it's not really classified information, you reached out to the amazing Blue the other day. Oh, and... Mr. Jason says, well, I may not always have the right words, the intention is good, but I just want to say how much I appreciate you. You're doing an amazing job in the TCC. Although I can't help it if people leave, I want to apologize for anyone here who left and wasted your time. Please keep doing what you're doing, as you are truly a credit to the TCC. That was nice of you. I hope they appreciated that. Or if at the very least, I hope they did not insult you when you went and wrote that, or after you had finished writing that. How do I get this? We could just like jump down, right? Let me check up there. This is where a giant spell with an explosion comes in handy. Yeah, it feels like you should be able to jump to that from a higher up position. I'll try seeing if I can't find that position. If not, I'll need to be ready to do stupid. Mr. Jason says they did. I like to reward helpfulness. Mr. Jason then said, they said, and I quote, I appreciate that and sorry for the late response. Let me know if you need anything else of me. Mr. Jason says, to that I responded, you're already doing all that you need to do and more. Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, Blue has been very helpful. Them greeting people has been quite the godsend. I need some soap. Please tell me there is some soap. Okay, there is no soap. Can I make soap? I believe I can make soap. Yes. Okay, cool. Let's use that before I get poisoned for no reason. I probably should say something to them myself at some point, to let them know that they're seen by the higher ups, not just the executive chair. Mr. Jason says, and what is of course classified but can be said vaguely, I'm glad to have Blues. They've been considerably better than their predecessor. Right. They've done their job. Yeah, this really kind of eats at our materials. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do that. Okay, is there a colossal giant rat? This feels like the sort of situation where there would be. Mr. Jason says, I 100% agreed with our then president when I was recommended remove them immediately. Yeah. Speaking of our previous president, when was the last time you spoke to Miss Carly? Just curious. Nice. I did not want to. Oh, there is a Mad Knight. Come on. Nice. How? How did they not, silly 1 HP. Mr. Jason says, quite frequently, good sir. As frequently as the 25th of June. Oh, so that was 5 days ago. Okay, cool. Glad you were, glad you've been keeping up with them. And hopefully they've been doing well. You know, physical health issues notwithstanding. This has to bring me back up here. It does. Okay. And yes, yeah, you didn't even see, I didn't even need to jump to a higher position. I could have, I definitely could have just, sorry, brain blanking. I just had to walk over to it. Mr. Jason says she's welcome back to the presidency with open arms if she ever wishes to do that. But considering their situation, it would be best to hold her to no less than VP. Right. Right. Or the even newly added presidential secretary role. Yeah. What? Why can you not blow these up? Wait, what? Can you detonate them? Yeah, so you could just stand on them. What? That feels fake. Feels like super fake. I do not know what awaits me down here. Geronimo, I guess. Oh my goodness. All right. How did I not die? How did I not die? How did I not die? I'm sorry, what? I just fell past a couple of platforms, which I'm sure were the distance required for me to die. What? Seath Water Cave has some lava in it. Oh. I think we're in the bonus dungeon. There's a couple of extra dungeons that have been added. One of like 3 that have been added, and the Serpentine Depths are one of them. Mr. Jason says, speaking of the previous presidential secretary, it is still so sad that they were so lax with their security, but that's all that I will say. Well, have you had a chance to talk with them? Like individually, one-on-one? We need to go back and fight the boss of Seath Water Cave, and then we can like check this out. Not beforehand. And there was a point where we could have deviated to do that. So I'm going to swap out the Golden Vow for Flame Cleanse Me, and then we're going to keep moving. Mr. Jason says, I don't have any other way to contact them or any way to know if they're still compromised, so no. That's sad. That's super sad. They seemed like a nice person beforehand. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna keep future musings to myself on that. Sorry, I'm a little bit just like stun locked that there was another dungeon, because I do not remember Seath Water Cave doing that. You were supposed to get the Kindred of Rot, and Go about your business. The Kindred of Rot duo. You know, I need to mind my head while I'm in here. Well, regardless of what my internal musings might be, I do hope that you get to hear from them at some point. Because it sounded like you knew them. Like you knew them pretty well. In terms of like internet relationships anyway. You knew them well before that happened. Okay, we know about the one in here. We have... No, I think we need to go some other direction and not here yet. Ick. Gross. I need to be careful or I will die to my own flame cleanse me. Will not do that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. They did the exact same as you. Went from client to somewhere above the board. Right. Yeah, I think, like I said, so... And you probably spent a great deal of time with them when they were... a client. Plus, that person was... That relationship was back when the TCC was more into the Super Mario Maker community scene, right? Sorry, I'm having to think about where this spot I'm looking at is. I think it's up. It actually might be up here. Mr. Jason says, I can't remember, good sir. Good sir. Fair. Fair, that's fine. I'm just trying to contextualize things since I'm thinking about it. Mr. Jason says, I know that Jamie has been with us through a good portion of Super Mario Maker 2. Yeah, it was really only within... Basically, when I started being a part of the board, that we started trying to transition away from, like SMM2 related things. Maybe we were on the move to get away from SMM2 a little bit before that, but it only really picked up after, at least to my working knowledge, after I joined, for better or worse. I actually still think about whether or not if SMM3 ever shows up, if Super Mario Maker ever gets a third game, I sort of, how on earth? Yeah, all right. Sure, video game. I guess. Okay, so far so good. I wonder if there will be a bit of a rejuvenation of people who are part of the server. I wonder if they would come back. Mr. Jason says, I know that I am the boss, but I don't really count myself as the boss. Well, I mean, you are the executive chair, good sir. And the way that I trust the staff who I trust to lead, and I'll only step in if absolutely necessary. So Jamie was essentially the boss until Jamie got busier and then swapped with you. Yeah. And, well, wouldn't Jamie have swapped with Carly first? Because Carly was technically put into the UK main position, or like the mainline UK position. It doesn't, it's kind of all water under the bridge. Like it doesn't matter much now, but okay, yeah, it's this spot here. I almost feel like the Kindred of Rot is right in there. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Who do I want for that, if anything? Maybe Lutel would be fine. Oh yeah, we still got a Deck nabbit video games. Stop it. Stop poisoning me. Ew. Ugh. It's fine. It could be worse. Are the branches still a thing, Mr. Jason, or they kind of been folded into the folded into like how things work internally? Like, I know for like operating hours you still kind of need that, but I haven't really heard too much from any of the people that are supposed to be part of the other branches, though I guess I should put a feeler out and see if they're there. Maybe. Oh, right. Is that a rat down there? Yeah, those are rats down there. LFG then, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, although Jamie isn't really above you now, Mr. Coin, for the Ned status changes the global status. Right. Yeah, I figured that part of the hierarchy. Mr. Jason says the branches are still a thing. The UK branch is head of the entire organization. But you being president, as I remove the American branch, as you are just president, puts you into UK authority. Okay. It was worth checking to see where I stood in things. I appreciate that. You definitely did not have to qualify that with a response. Okay. Okay, this should be the Kindred of Rot duo, so I will now turn my attention to the boss and hope to be done with it relatively quickly. The Kindred of Rot are a complicated boss fight, but they're not necessarily hard. It's the pest threads. All the pest threads are very tough to try to dodge. But see everyone on the other side of this. I died immediately. What? Oh, I ate 2 doses of pest threads is what that is. Well, I know where the Stake of America is. It puts us right outside the boss fight, so... sometimes you just get those deaths in this game and you're like, wait, what happened? I went from 100 to 0. I got 100. I got bodied right from 100. And it really kind of stinks. Let's try that again, but with 100% less muck-ups. All right, let's get to like a semi-open space. I'm dead again. All right. Mr. Jason says, say, for example, we have a management meeting and we have, in theory, a president of America, Europe, and in the UK. You're the overall president, and so those presidents answer to you, and you answer to me. That makes sense. And it's just, I haven't internalized the power structure in quite a while. So I wanted to kind of, re-internalize it. At least for the foreseeable future of the TCC, that kind of thing. All right. Maybe Kristoff would be a better summon here. I wonder if Lutel is like out of... Well, I need to also make sure I don't die. Run. Nope, I'm dead. Yep. I should have just made the hard runes. I should have just made the hard runes, and then I wouldn't worry about it. I need the consumables on my hotbar. There's no way I'm casting a spell that kills me in this fight. There's no way I'm doing that. That's three deaths to... What is this in? What I need to like move. I need to like enrage and then move. Something like that. Mr. Jason says, expanding on what I said about blue, I'm so glad that we have blue, because, well, in theory we could in theory welcome new clients. It's just not something that is realistic. In a company, a customer will never likely see the president or even the CEO. Well, right. Not only that, but this is kind of a big place and we're both busy. So having someone dedicated to that is fine. I don't really see that as a problem. Although if people ever did complain, then, well, we could consider addressing that. And like enough people, not just like people complaining, but like if enough people said something that could be worth looking at. Also, we don't even need this, so there we go. That cleans up the bar a little bit easier. Yeah, Like, as soon as they get off the pest threads, there's like nothing I can do. It's not nothing, right? But I have to know where they're coming from, or I'm just dying over and over. Mr. Jason says, we're accessible, but we're trusting clients or staff to access us if it is truly necessary. Exactly. Like, go through the appropriate channels. Go through the appropriate channels, and assuming you've gone through the appropriate channels, when you contact us, then it's not a big deal. Maybe I just need to get into the middle of the room. Maybe I just need to do that. Yeah, there we go. I'm waiting for them to do the pest thread thing. See, now that there's only one of them, this is a non-fight. All right, don't say that. Don't say that. Yep, I shouldn't have said that. Every time I do that with a boss, I get killed. Yep, and now we're back to doing this again. Mr. Jason says, indeed, go through the appropriate channels unless the chair happens to spot you and really likes you. Well, that's just having the process take a shortcut, and not one that was initiated by another person. Mr. Jason says, but bypassing a channel is a power for only the presidents, as has always been the case. Understood. Oh, so let me just do this real quick. I feel like it's been too long since I feel like this thing is gonna crash on me, so I might as well activate and deactivate it. Mr. Jason says, and one useful way for using that power, good sir. Oh, this ought to be interesting. All right, summon, get to the middle of the room. Then enrage. Bad time to drink. All right, drink quickly. Enrage again. That was terrible. That was a terrible performance. That could have been so much better. It shouldn't have been that messy. And all for the same ability they get. Mr. Jason says, if someone applies for a position, but they've already proven they would benefit the organization, such as the good sir, Mr. Rasby. i.e. through their own character, basically. We can at least move on then. All right, let's go to the Serpentine Deaths. I have zero idea what's in here. Why is this up all of a sudden? There we go. I guess the arm was just getting a little bit bent. But that's fine. Mr. Jason says, indeed, just like real life, good sir. Character speaks volumes. Too true, good sir. Too true. Let's swap a spell. I have, and you know, let's explore. I have zero idea what I'm looking at, guys. I've seen most of Elden Ring up to and including the true final boss, and without, of course, with no DLC at the time. But I did see it. That was before bonus stuff from Team Kernifer was added. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. Mr. Jason says, some people after a day's work may go to the pub for happy hour, but while there is no alcohol involved, I get happy 6 hours. I appreciate that, good sir. I do. Am I going to regret the choice of gear? I guess we're gonna find out. And I hear a whole bunch of hissing of serpent folk, so we're definitely gonna see about that. Left to right. Always go to the left first. I'm sorry, what is this? I'm gonna get poisoned if I'm not careful. A serpent spawn. All right, that's new. Okay, so we have a drop down here. Let's not take any unnecessary drop downs we don't need to take. We have the path down the center, which will probably have at least one serpent spawn in it, if not probably two. Never mind. Oh, I'm excited. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. It is not too terribly often where, in this game of all games, where I get to do something that is, you know, something I haven't done before. Everything we've seen up until now, I have done. I have done in a previous attempt. Sorry, what am I looking at here? You know, I was wondering what Forsaken Consort. I was wondering if there were going to be some, like, practitioners of magma sorcery here. Well, now I know. That's hilarious. And you can just duck the projectile as well. Amazing, incredible work. Mr. Jason says, I did completely agree. I did completely agree with Mr. Rasby. He did think that joining the board would mean a fancy title without work. Yeah, it kind of does currently, but you know, that's not. There aren't. Why do we need a lantern in here? I was sort of, I was banking on the natural light of the cavern from the lava would do us some real work. What the heck? This is all new. Is this a trap? Touch Rancor Spirit. I'm sorry, I'm completely enthralled by what I'm looking at. We've got torture tools. Oh, is this an attempt to explain some of what Rykard was up to? Because Rykard is known as the blasphemer. We've seen some of the spirits talk about him doing unspeakable things. Sure, I'll exercise the spirits. Tortured Rancor do. What? Oh, well, okay. We're learning. We're gonna die in here a bunch. That is incorrect. It's this one. Exercise the Rancor Spirit. Yeah, I think we've hit our goal. I mean, we technically hit our goal for today much earlier when we found the Stell, but we've hit our goal and then some today. Okay, so the enemies only come in after I've exercised the spirit. That's fine. Okay, this is going to invoke a serpent. I will read all of that in a hot minute. I have no idea what I'm dealing with, other than it's like some model of a duelist that we've fought before with some new stuff added. Okay, so that you cannot run away from. But also we should probably not fight this again until after the commercial break. Because I don't trust my ability to do this in 5 minutes. Mr. Jason says, for the moment, it is a fancy title without any work, but it can be some genuinely difficult work at times with the CEO and above. Well, right, where all the stuff's having to be coordinated. I totally get that. But like the day-to-day is not super involved. currently. I would say if we had triple the number, if our number of active people tripled, and let's say we started actually using the...
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about
we
5
started
minutes,
using
it'll
the...
blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
We started actively using, you know, like the general chat and, you know, the places for memes. I did post a meme in our server. No one has reacted to it yet because there's not really a community yet inside the TCC. They're just people that are there they kind of bring their communities with them and they kind of take them as well when they leave. Which is one of the core issues like a streamer oriented group can have, is as you build your own community, you lose some desire to intermix yours with other people's. That's just kind of how it is. I suppose the same thing happened to me with the Ob10 network. Like I'll still point people to the Ob10 network, but I won't actually, you know, it's in my links. People can go there if they want to, but I'm not going to like go out of my way to promote them. Other, you know, than talking about how I got my start and I wouldn't be where I am in streaming without them. Like, I'm very happy to say that, but anything else is counterintuitive. You don't want to mix communities. You want to have other people mix into yours. That's always going to be an issue. Speaking of communities, as a community, we will be having the last commercial break for the day in about 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen when that happens, and I encourage anyone and everyone in the chat to take a break with us. It'll make the time pass that much faster because I'll be taking a break too, getting up and getting around and stretching and stuff. But spend that time however you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, there will be a timer to indicate that when that time comes in the upper right hand corner. But once that time is over, I will have returned to my seat. The ads should be finished, and we will pick up right where we left off. And boy, are we picking up into an interesting place, is what I'll say. Mr. Jason says, I'm fully opted into appreciating Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I do. But in terms of Mr. Rasby, I kind of just think that position was never going to jive with him fully, because that's just... How do I word this? He is the sort of person that does not like stuffy corporate environments. It does not matter whether they are legitimate corporate environments or, you know, self-made ones like yours, Mr. Jason, the TCC. His attitude is very individualistic. It's an attitude I wish I could have, quite frankly, at some points. So as a result, how do I word this? It's I think he was always... It was never going to be a suited position because he's very much a man for that wants individual sovereignty. We can pick up on this after the commercial break. See everyone then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I was standing watch over someone that was sleeping. Thank you, Mr. Jason. After checking my chats here. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. Mr. G, let me catch up on chat because I know there was a lot that was said. Mr. Jason says, well, I do agree that joining the board of the TCC seems imposing. and would like to improve that. I have to say it is sort of supposed to be, and it can't be understated. Sure, like the office expects a lot. You are expected to fulfill the obligations of your office, and the obligations are many. Got it. Not really a way around that, if that's the point. You go on to say, I don't know how to explain it correctly, but in its most basic premise, it isn't meant to be imposing. I'm sorry, that was not supposed to be a run-on sentence. It isn't meant to be imposing, but it can't be understated that they are, presidents aside, the decision makers of the entire organization. And Mr. Jason then goes on to state that I prefer to take a hands-off approach. And so unless the idea that the board and presidents discuss is vote on is, well, awful, I fully trust my board to consider the pros and cons and the general effect of what they are considering across the, to use a pun, board. So basically, well, it seems like I am not doing any work. I don't want to get involved because I stand behind my board's decisions. Right. And then you finally conclude with, and with me not getting directly involved, I feel it has become more of a fair TCC. I would probably agree with that. It behaves more like it actually behaves more like the board, more like a corporate board, that it when it is done this way. Which if that's one of your sub goals, then you've met that perfectly. I believe my dad probably would be returning home because I am hearing my dog bark like crazy. In fact, let me go check and make sure that everything's all right, because she's barking a lot. I'll be right back. 1 second. Sorry about that again. Everyone is fine. I just had to go check. All right. Well, are we ready to die? And ready to die a lot? I sure hope so. We definitely have died at least twice. Mr. Jason says, when I was getting directly involved previously, I won't deny that to explain it best, would probably have felt like staff were stepping around eggshells. I wasn't, of course, a horrible person, but being the chair, I expected the best possible. And you wanted things to go a specific way. And sometimes the way you think things are going to proceed based on what you would say or do is those don't always line up. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just that sometimes like a direct, overhanded approach isn't always best. And sometimes being direct is perfect. Sometimes it's perfect. Mr. Jason says, indeed, that is why I stepped into a background role. I think you're, I believe you said this already, but I do think you're much happier having done that, right? And while that conversation is cooking, it is time to die once again. Let us excise the rancorous spirit. Tortured duelist rancor. Okay. Nice, nice. Love that for me. Okay, good. The invocation does hurt them. Take your time. We might be here a minute. Tortured rancor flame. All right. Oh, now that that's over and I've assessed, or I have correctly categorized where the deaths should be going, let's get back to it. Yeah, that is in wholesale a fight that I just can't really be active in until the very end. Good to know that he does get that particular spirit does get staggered from a charged giant's flame take thee. Oh, they don't poise through that. Got it. I'm sorry, what? Mr. Jason says, I say this every time, good sir, but... What the heck was that entire exchange? Maybe I don't want to know. Mr. Jason says, the TCC, whether we had 200 members or 0, we can always build on that. Too true. And we can always build back better. Build better than it was before. That is true. And of course, now more than ever before, okay, let me not do that. Because of, you know, Discord's age verification, make the TCC great again, ick. But I get what you mean. Yeah. Ugh. Can I say it? I've gotten orange fever from listening to that. No. Surely that's like just a way down. Mr. Jason says it's already great. Exactly. Because if it weren't great, I wouldn't stick around. Nobody would, right? That's a lesson we all should kind of like I did not mean to. Wow, that is absolutely awful. I just fell down 3 floors and with no way back up. Ick. That's super ick. There is a sorcerer. What is this? What is this place? What kind of hellscape have I entered? Oh, that's just an Albinoric sage. Yuck. I panicked over an Albinoric sage. Mr. Jason says, I've met lots of brilliant people through my TCC. Indeed, good sir. Just a note, good sir. Oh boy. Magic downpour. Mr. Jason says, while minor, I love being able to use the term my TCC in the above, or my in the above statement. I hear you, good sir. There's nothing quite like owning your own server. Have you looked into, say, Stoat Chat or the, like, Matrix or some other Discord alternatives as of late? Just out of curiosity, since I know the Discord sort of makes the news quite a bit. Oh my god. Yup. Oh, it's so stupid. That's just so dumb. Mr. Jason says, just like Coitstep, my wonderful hallowed halls. Yeah. I do say that. I mostly mean that in like the collective communal sense, but yeah, that is true. There's nothing quite like being able to, you know, forge a community of your own with somewhat like-minded individuals too, even with as disparate and different as the opinions are here sometimes. We all generally kind of want what's best for like humans overall. Like that's our overarching thing. And what the heck? What am I even looking at? What is happening? Okay. We have moved from what the heck to what the hell? Mr. Jason says, as for what you mentioned, I don't know if I could move the TCC without potential losses, client, staff features. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at as well. Like, I have Stoat Chat basically kind of ready to go. But there would definitely be like, I wouldn't even be able to utilize Stoat Chat in the way that I utilize Discord. I would kind of need to figure out something else. Which is why, but I mean, the only way you really fight back against the sort of things that people are having Discord do is to just move. That's the only way you can fight. Anything else is hogwash. You have to punish the company that was in charge of or responsible for, like, Discord and its upkeep. You have to make them, you have to convince them to divest of, you have to convince them to divest of investments from Persona or its parent companies. And the only way they do that is by making it unfathomable to continue course with their current company. That is the only way that works. So I don't know. I'm truly at a loss. Heck, nabbit, not again. Move, 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 move. Just kind of don't move until the time comes. Oh, it's a sorcerer elder Albinoric, not an Albinoric sage. So like Stoat Chat's bare bones, but it's like the closest one gets to Discord, like in terms of like appearance. I hear Matrix is a lot better and has more features, but it really is quite the uphill climb to utilize it correctly. Not to mention, if you're not careful, you can have random CP put out on your server from other servers. It's kind of like Mastodon in the sense that the Matrix or Element Hub is decentralized because Matrix and Elements share off of each other's frameworks, so they're about the same. What the heck? What the heck? What is going on? I run away sufficiently. What the heck is this? We've got like a fire and ice sub theme going on here. Sorry, didn't mean to get quite so panicky, but it's a catacomb sorcerer. Yeah, there is no shot that I was gonna get the codex entry for that. Not a shot, because I don't know what to do about the catacomb sorcerer doing catacomb things, other than just ambush. Easy, just ambush every time. But yeah, it has been bothering me that I am reliant on Discord features, and I don't wish to be, but so many servers have just so many features. Like Discord has really kind of almost cornered the market, and the world is currently in such a state that I think it is too fractured to really answer the subtext of the plots, the war, like the subtext of the what evil men and women are doing. And it's engineered by design, like just thanks to all the worldwide wars, the natural disasters. You've got propaganda campaigns every which direction. I'm very flustered and frustrated with the way things are, and it almost feels like you need to outbot the botters. You almost need to outbot the botters and set up better illusions than they ever could if you want to succeed. Nice spell dodge. It's always nice to be able to do that. I gotta be careful I don't accidentally bump into another enemy down here. Mr. Jason says, my good friend Celine, a streamer, has a Discord server that rivals the TCC in terms of members. I'm really proud of her. Awesome. I am too. The TCC could have grown more, but hers makes more sense to be bigger as the TCC is in public. Right. So I think it not being a public place, right, I think kind of flies in the face of trying to make it helpful to streamers, in the sense that you can only do so much to make each other's closed communities be more open to each other. And outside of that, there's not really much one can do beyond that. Hers 234 and the TCC 246. Yeah. I mean, that they're of comparable size, which is of course a good thing, especially since her hello. Yeah, I would like very much for the serpent spawn to get lost. This is a very aggravating dungeon, which, Kernifer, if that was the goal, congratulations, it works. I'm annoyed. I am sufficiently annoyed. It's fine. I mean, new things are going to be annoying until you get used to them. The most important thing, though, good sir, is ... How are we doing on oil? The American says while navigating a tough dungeon. Mr. Jason says, I'm one of her honored lead moderators, the Chancellor of her Moon Kingdom Discord, and she's done really well with 1.6k followers. Awesome. Yeah. Celine is a really amazing friend of mine. Good. Glad to hear it. I hope she thinks of you at least a little while, well, when she has the success that she does. Yeah. 1.6 is not a small feat on Twitch. You can get that through view botting or follow botting, but you really have to finagle the follow botting to do it like that. So yeah, it's fairly impressive. Okay, we have moved. Is this a catacomb sorcerer? I think this is a nomad and not a catacomb sorcerer. 3 fingers scrawls. Wait, I'm sorry, what? The bound cacography. Mr. Jason says, but when I joined, it was less than 50. Yeah, which is awesome. That's always nice to see. The bound cacography of a soul caught in unending despair, with enough disillusionment in the world, truth can be gleaned from the scorched pages, can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Frenzy Flame Armament and Contorting Frenzy. Oh, so this is where you would get the deal more damage to them, but they attack faster spell. Gotcha, which makes some amount of sense. Run. Just run. Coin, run. It's okay. You can run. It's fine. Madness. Yep. And I'm dead. Whatever awaits us is surely not a magma worm. It is something else altogether, and I don't know what it is. I'm kind of looking forward to it, if I'm being quite honest. I'm really curious to see what sort of boss Kernifer and company have decided to put in here as a sort of tribute to the game that they're modding for. Sorry, I'm just kind of, I'm enthralled. I'm mesmerized. I need to know. I need to know what happens here. Because these are all new enemies. These are even during my time at the Volcano Manor, it was nothing like this. And I kind of find it cool that I kind of find the bonus dungeons quite cool. And then Suremu, yeah, another man that you've been fortunate enough to meet. With the TCC. I believe he was also less than 50 to 100 followers when you joined, and now it's 4.1k. Awesome. Okay, so this is that. This was that up there, which means this room should be... We're either going to bump into the catacomb sorcerer or there's going to be something else. This is the... I don't know what this room is. This... Oh, what the heck is all this? Where am I? I can't even go this way. Like if I try, I will literally take almost half my health and damage. Sir Jason says, which reminds me, good sir. Oh. Sir Jason says, Saremu is in the TCC is labeled a high priority. We must keep him at any cost. I'm sure he isn't going to go anywhere without a sufficiently good reason. When was the last time you put a feeler with him about the TCC in general? Just out of curiosity. Wonderful. I love taking gob tons of damage on the way back to where I died. All right, drink first. Don't do stupid. Mr. Jason says, sorry, I missed that question. No worries. I asked, when was the last time you put a feeler in with Saremu regarding his presence at the TCC or how he feels about it in general? Like a wellness check. When was the last time you gave him a wellness check? Okay, just random bit. I feel like I'm in the molten depths again. These are the serpentine depths. All right, let me get all the way back. That's gotta be, yeah, it's this guy right here. Let's delete him before he continues calling that dumb serpent. Mr. Jason says, I pretty much leave him to his own devices as the saying goes, although he really loves the TCC. Okay, so, I mean, I feel like we're at least in a good position for now. It's gonna be, if he ever starts feeling not great about the TCC is maybe when we want to make sure we have a game plan in place for that. Part of that might be making sure that the ambassador program is fully finished, because right now I do not believe it is finished all that much. I feel like I'm gonna die if I try this. Yeah, look, yeah, I'm not supposed to, this is a starting point, and you're clearly meant to jump over. Okay. Oh, what's up? What does that remind you of? Mr. Jason says, if Saremu ever wants to discuss things with the TCC, he has more or less a direct line to management. Of course. He especially has one through you, good sir, but yeah, he's got one through me if he needs it. I do not know where I'm going. I feel so lost. Which I'm quite enjoying, all things considered. Welcome, Ballshack. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason and I were just discussing some TCC related things. But outside of that, I've been exploring one of the very few bonus dungeons in Reforged. Ballshack says it's hot in Georgia. That it is. Although I'm across, even though if we meant country, Georgia the country, that's a different story. Then I feel for them. If we mean Georgia the U.S. state, then yeah, I'm across the pond and it's still quite hot. Yeah, I'm in Georgia the state, you troll. No, that's fair. No, I know I know where you are. I wanted to make sure you meant that and not the country. That's one tough snake. Yeah, these are serpent spawn. We are in a place with some completely new enemies. These are enemies that are nowhere to be found in base game. You will never find them. You think I'm European because of my European sensibilities? I mean, am I incorrect for thinking that? I mean, I'm not European, and I wouldn't quite say so in my sensibilities, but I feel like if given the chance, I would fit in with my European brethren quite well. Ball says, yeah, dude, I'm living in Georgia, USA, and I was just letting you know it's hot in the European Caucasus Mountain nation of Georgia. Hey, I realize that's not, I realize that's a wild thing to say, but I mean, it could have been true. But yeah, I totally get it. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I fixed that glitch on Twitch, good sir, where it says the channel you moderate is 99 permanently as I unmodded from people I've not seen in years. And by glitch, I mean that I was modding for over 100 people at one point. Yeah. Yeah, but yes, I did know that you had mentioned that glitch quite a few times, Mr. Jason. Yes, it in fact could have been true. Love the new stream jammies. Thank you. That's not a permanent feature. It will be part of my rotating wardrobe, however. Sorry, my brain is definitely fogging it up, blanking. Yeah. Just trying to remain comfortable. It is quite hot, even in my office. Even with two fans running, it is hot. I'm not in a sweatshop or anything, but if I don't run the fans, I do feel like I die. Mr. Jason says now it is just 89 wonderful people, good sir, a more normal amount. At least for Mr. Jason. Oh, but I mean, wouldn't, if you subtract 22 from that number, wouldn't that be a more normal amount for Mr. Jason? Or maybe it would be subtract 20 from that number. And take your pick. Ballshack says, my house is a monster AC. Wonderful in here. Yeah, my house has a super old air conditioning unit in it. It is more than 70 years old. and it breaks down all the time. It truly does. It breaks down a lot. Grunge can't be more than 70. Now look who's trolling. Why, if that were the case, you'd think they wouldn't have been here earlier. If I ask him, he's gonna say no. Come on. If he says he's 70, he's you know, committing to the bit for you. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir, but since my moderator is intrinsically linked to the TCC, good sir, it would be unprofessional of me to reference the funny number. Fair. He wouldn't do that. We are mortal enemies, you know. So says the man with personal history with him. If it were a blood feud, you would leave the second he shows up. All right. Okay. Run. Okay, so there's like a V pattern. I don't know what to make of this. Wow, frostbite. What is that spell? What am I supposed? Well, at least I unlocked the codex entry. Fine, I'll take it. Bolshek says, why would I do that? I couldn't post veiled threats in extremely subtle code in chat if I left when he was here. Too true. Too true. You couldn't do that. But then if you if you did actually hold him in enmity, then you wouldn't do that. Bolshek says, have I asked you if you played Symphony of the Night? I do not believe you have. My answer to that question is no. I've watched people play. I know what it is. I've seen it completed start to finish. But I have not actually played it. Bolshek says, brilliant game. It's a must play. I agree. It is a must play. I have to afford it first. I am saving up for the all-important gym membership. That's got to come first. Bolshek says it's not the same. Oh, I agree. It's not. I do want to play it. Just play it on an emulator. I want to own the thing. Plus, I don't know about you, but it's one thing to play like a random. It's not even on Steam, dude. I know. Yeah, you have to like buy it off the PlayStation store. I could have sworn that there was. Oh, I might be thinking of the collections. I don't want people buying things for me, Mr. Jason. Although I get that was sarcasm. Believe it or not, Grunge actually brought this up, and that this would be a great time to mention it. Look, if people want to buy things for me out of their own volition, that's fine. Like I don't have a problem with that, but I feel icky when people do that because A, it opens me up to being like, oh, I bought the thing for you, streamer. When are you gonna play it? It opens me up to that line of inquiry, and I've seen other streamers burn out on that. I've also seen abuse, death threats, doxing. I have seen people talk about the whole works with that. So that's point number one. Number two is I would feel some guilt if people did that. And while I could manage my guilt, I can manage my own guilt. It still feels wrong to ask my audience to pay for these things. It's a little bit different when we're talking about like Patreon or coffee or something because, well, quite frankly, that's sanction begging. That is to be. How did I not die? Maybe I don't want to know the answer to that. Hold on, I feel like I need to concentrate or I'm gonna die here. Okay, that's 2. I know the Albinorcs are up above. Let me go and catch up on chat. Balshek says, I'm gonna give Coin a fat check for my 6 months run out. I'm appreciative regardless, good sir. He's gonna get a Monster Tier 3 sub. That is a pretty fat check, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Jason says, hence the cap. I agree, hence the kappa. Of course, I know you're joking. Bolshek says, I don't give people gifts, I'm just a patron of the arts. That you are, good sir. And I'm once again appreciative of what you have already given for your subscription package, good sir. I am extremely thankful for that. You don't want to be my enemy like Grunge is? I truly don't think that. But, I mean, hey, if you guys want to play Lovers and Enemies, the video game, you're more than welcome. Just, I asked to opt out of that. Let's see. Good point. Balshak goes on to say, I wouldn't make any demands unless there was a system to make demands already in place. There's not a system for demands. There is a system for suggestions. There is a system for suggestions, not demands. That wording is pretty succinctly clear. But if people want to make game suggestions, they are more than welcome to do that in the game suggestions channel in the server. Yeah, I figured you were being funny, Ballshack. Absolutely. And even then, it wouldn't matter to me if you complete demands. You go on to say, I'm over 70. I may not live to see the end of my demands. I don't know about that. Well, I mean, are you? If and you don't mind my asking, I don't think so. But maybe I've been living a lie or something like that. You go on to say, yeah, I was about to say, yeah, no way. I know I remember that not being the case. Mr. Jason says, on a serious note, I could watch Coin streaming paint dry and I would still enjoy my time. I feel like if I don't keep moving, we're gonna end on paint drying, and I don't think anyone wants that. Nice. I love getting sniped by random Albinoric sorcerers. Bolshek says, you don't even have to thank me, Coin. I've never had any interest in receiving thanks. It's one of my insane little quirks. Well, I'm appreciative of the quirk then. How's that? You're going to post your game demands in the game demands channel. I mean, it all goes on Backlog Friday, right? Or, you know, whatever day we're going to be doing backlogs on. Grunge has given me a suggestion about offering up a let's try stream series for the week, where you guys ask me what you want to see me try a game of, that, and I pick a day during the week to do it. And we kind of go from there. If people show up, great. If not, you know, more challenge runs. I still have to think about the implementation of it. More than anything. Balshik says offering up a sacrifice and Grunge is over 70. I'm not buying that, but I mean, hey, Grunge, I'm sure Grunge will refute that sometimes. Mr. Jason says, wasn't we calling it Family Friendly Friday, good sir? FFF, we were calling it Family Friendly Friday. We were also calling it Backlog Friday because that was the day I had chosen that worked best for me, given my schedule. But my schedule is in complete turmoil right now. Not even if I put the client job aside, my Saturdays are free for the moment. That was the sound of a magic downpour. Because my Saturdays used to be reserved for they used to be reserved for hanging out with my friends, but my sibling who was hosting works Saturdays now and will work them for the foreseeable future. So we've been having to meet on Friday or Tuesday or whenever we can get some time to play together. So now my schedule's kind of all over the place. So I don't know. Saturday, I could end up streaming on Saturday. We'll have to see. Bolshek says that would be a good weekly feature. I think a nice other weekly feature would be nice. Okay, well, Grunge did tell me that's what your sentiment was, but I'm glad that you put some words to it yourself, good sir. I probably need a couple of days to frame how I want to pitch it. Then after that, we may even be able to start that as soon as next week. Because this week is not particularly good. I've got the client job on Friday, and that'll extend out till Sunday, and then I'll be back. But then after that, you know, once the community has given enough time, or has had enough time to like put their thoughts to it, I can begin like actually setting that up for execution. Because whatever we do play, right? And I told Grunge this, whatever we pick, I've got to make a thumbnail for, because of the way things currently work on YouTube, and because I'm using OBS to stream to YouTube first, and then the extension streams to Twitch and Kick after that. YouTube requires a thumbnail, which is why things are the way they are currently. And it's kind of a mess. It's a little bit of a mess that is stitched together well by duct tape. Mr. Jason says, takes a look at Coin's schedule. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wonderful content. Seems good to me. Well, I'm glad that my offerings are good enough for you, Mr. Jason, at the very least. Bolshek says you need a couple of days to frame a fall guy, like the Kennedy assassination. No, thank you. I am not Jack Ruby. I do not even want to think about that. Okay. Okay, let me get all the way back. How do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? I have no clue how to deal with that. Also, we didn't need to come here. What am I doing? Yes, of course I'm suffering. Bolshak goes on to say to make the perfect fall guy for the ultimate crime. The only fall guy is going to be me, okay? I am the only person who is going to be falling for whatever plans come out of, you know, a day of let's tries. Or like one-off variety things on a day of the week. Because if we end up doing multiple things that day, whatever day we pick, the thumbnail either has to encapsulate that, or I need to make an entirely new kind of thumbnail for YouTube. Okay, I need to like... I know about the bound Albinoric. Where is he? Where's the one that's bound? I know that's coming. Sorry, I'm in a really weird situation. Okay, bound guy is up there. And if I supercharge this, I should be good from here. Or they can fall onto the ground and die. That is an awful way for these bound Albinorics to go. Truly awful. All right. I'm so lost. But as we're wrapping up, I do just want to say, you know, that I really appreciate you guys being here with me. I truly do mean that. It's truly a joy that I get to wake up and stream to such a wonderful audience. Truly, and I may not have even been walking this world if it weren't for all of you, so thanks. What am I gonna eat today? Macaroni and tomatoes, and I'm gonna cry, is what's gonna happen. I'm kind of kidding. I can like pick out the tomatoes, but like I still have all of the like tomato juice, and because these are canned tomatoes, some of the tomatoes are going to split from the inside, and I'm going to have the tomato seeds to deal with. And my body really does not like tomatoes. My stomach doesn't feel too good when I eat them. So I'm really having to, I've been trying to cut back on tomatoes. It's bad enough that, Ballshack, you'll have context for this post. We were discussing food with the pasta picture that you had put in the Discord, and I said that, you know, I wish I could make pesto pasta from scratch. Because pesto does not give me this kind of issue. But pesto without pine nuts is unfulfilling, and pesto with pine nuts is expensive. That's why you often get pesto in a jar. And it's kind of pesto in a jar is fine, but I'm wanting to make my own. It's healthier for you if you do. Ballshack says I'm sensitive to tomatoes as well. I mean, kindred spirits in that, right? What message did I miss, Mr. Jason? Let me go back and... Mr. Jason says, the only crime is that I don't glaze coin nearly enough. You glaze me plenty, good sir, but I appreciate the headspace that you were in. Ballshank says if I'm in pretty dang good shape, I don't have to worry about this kind of thing. I mean, for me, I can't tell if it's because GERD or like possible GERD or if it's like a stomach allergy to tomatoes. Because if it's a stomach allergy to tomatoes, then there's nothing I can do. And like good shape ain't gonna do anything for me. If it's GERD, then yeah, better shape equals less of a problem, less stomach ulceration, all that fun stuff. Welcome back, Grunge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind again since the last time we talked, and hope you enjoy your stay. I'm over by a few minutes, but my goal is to make it to whatever the heck lies at whatever the heck constitutes a boss here. And I appreciate the welcome, Monkey. Or Grunge Monkey. Truly, I do. Bolshek says, yeah, I've never made pesto at home either. Oh, it's a fun experience. It's basically just basil, garlic, olive oil, and like a couple. I truly did not mean to say that, for the record. That was just a freak slip of the tongue. Look at what the cat dragged in. The old man is back. Yeah, Bolshak's saying you're 70 years old. How would you like to refute that argument, Grunge? Oh, okay. Wait, is this a throwback to like oh god, what am I thinking of? It's right before Yorm the Giant. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what this place reminds me of. I don't know if Kernifer made it as a callback, but I can't tell. I'm so enthralled by what this place is. Bolshek says, I think Grunge must find it funniest of all when people call him Monkey. It really wasn't intentional, and I'm sorry if I'm sorry for the offense. Because I know that word has been soured by the politics of today. Grunge says, I was made a vampire 45 years ago. Yeah. See, what did I say? He's either going to refute it or he actually agreed with you for the bit, Ballshack. So I like, come on. Mr. Jason says, it is a sad time when you see an article regarding a new video game and they have to put come with the full game on the cartridge, or comes with the full game on the cartridge. Yeah, that is kind of sad. Kenny, there are a couple. There is just, I truly don't know what to make of the situation I'm in. Get behind cover. Oh, so we're here doing this, are we? Yeah, this is a throwback to that area. That's the only thing in my mind that makes any kind of sense right now. Bolshek says, when you say monkey, I don't think of whatever political offensive thing. I unfortunately do, because Agent Orange has made this word, has made using the animal word version of the word impossible, because that's not what people are going to hear when they think of it. I think about the first 4 letters of monk, yeah, and my favorite film, Bulletproof Monk. Grunge and I were just talking about that when they were here last time. They mentioned that it was one of your favorites, Bulletproof Monk. It's certainly a interesting film, is what I would say. Mr. Jason says, digital is not all bad though, good sir. When you stream, you are technically digital, and it is wonderful times. Too true. Maybe I'm misremembering. Bolshek says that's not true, and I don't know what he told you. I might be able to scroll back and look, but it's a brilliant film. It's in the top 50, so to speak. So who is so let's say, who is a brilliant film? Where is this? Come on, I have a soundboard for this. Un momento, per favore. Yep, it's right here.
What is it exactly?
Microfilm. A document shrunk to the size of your thumbnail.
Bolshek says Bulletproof Monk is the name of the character and the film. And I was saying he in a very Latin way. Understood. No, it's not. Grunge says the character is called the Monk with no name. Yeah, okay. I'm getting two versions of events here. I don't know who to believe. Bolshek says of gendered pronouns for objects. Right. Yeah. Okay, chat has sufficiently sped up to a point where I probably should just respond to the statement at hand rather than do anything else. Two can play at this game. You wanna never mind. Okay, I cannot play at a game that two people are trying to play at the same time. Well, in fairness, I was a little bit confused. Yes, I thought the character's name was that, not the monk with no name. That is a completely different conclusion. Yeah, that's the guy's name. Yeah, I understood that after Grunge calmly explained that to me. Okay, there we go. All good. What is at the end of this? I have to know. It's one of those roles where you wonder who's playing who. Yeah. Is the monk with no name playing Chow Yun Fat? Is that the character entering our reality via Hong Kong actor Chow Yun Fat? I was about to say, surely you're gonna let me pick up the Rune Piece video game if you're gonna do that. I'm completely enraptured by this place. Yeah, I could believe that about his performance. What the heck? Bonus Rancor Spirit? Oh yeah, I get to show you guys, those of you that weren't here before, I get to show you the Rancor Spirit. This is a custom Elden Ring mechanic. Oh, there's not just one. Their lantern ran out of oil. Okay, that's fine. We don't need it in here. Submit offerings. What am I submitting offerings of? Offer tortured rancor flame. Seek tortured embers of rancor flame. Oh, I guess we're just not done. Oh, I thought we were going to be activating this. No, this is the area where you turn them in. The sacrificial chasm of old. Bolshak says if this was Sonic Adventure, you'd be able to mid-air attack these skulls in a cool combo to get to the other side. Ah, yes, the homing attack, right? Yeah, you would be able to do that. But it's not. It's Elden Ring. So we need to submit offerings to the god of flame, to the remnants of Rykard and or Messmer's machinations, to see what lies beyond in the altar of the serpent. Okay, enough of me waxing poetic. I legit have no idea where we're gonna go from here tomorrow, other than we have to go back through the Serpentine Depths to do this again. Mr. Jason says, I'd love to see Sonic Adventure. Hey, and I'll respond to your next statement by saying, there is no such thing as a million requests. Like, if you want to see it, see it. And I realize you're saying it in sarcasm. I truly do. But I'm using your statement as a springboard to say, hey, if people want to see stuff for like Backlog Friday or for maybe the future Let's Try series, then put that in the game suggestions channel. Do that. And not only will I remember it, you'll remember it, and it'll be way more likely that I play it, provided I have access to it. That kind of thing. Welcome on in, Aveline. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. You've come right in at the end of stream, so my apologies for the short stay, but I do hope you are doing well on this fine Tuesday. I do hope you enjoy your stay. Grunge asks, who is my favorite hedgehog? Shadow. Easily Shadow. I would say Silver, but I can't say Silver because the only thing I could think of is, it's no use. Take this. Because I have a copy of Sonic 06. And I played up to that point and threw a controller in frustration. So yeah, I can't say Silver for that reason alone. It's agony. Avalon says, thank you so much. I appreciate your efforts. You're doing so well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Balshik says, or Critter from the Sonic universe in general coin to amend Monkey's question. I'll treat that as an expansion to ask a different question. Growing up, it was a split between Amy and Tails. But if we're talking about critters, I don't know. Yeah, foxes. I liked foxes in general back then. And Rouge the Bat. I liked Rouge the Bat a lot back then. I'm not interested in that, only the hogs. Avalon says, how long have I been into the streaming journey? Maybe almost a decade now. I will have started streaming in like 2017, technically speaking. So yeah, about a decade. We're about 6 months. We're a little bit more than like 6 months to a year out from that. I need to play that. Mr. Jason says, SoCoin, is he your favorite? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, hardy har har. Balshik says, I miss Sonic 06. I get the feeling you might be one of the only ones that do. Mr. Jason says, ah, yes. The Big the Cat's wonderful fishing levels, I remember. I hated them. I hated them. I hated them no matter where they showed up. Yuck. Avalon says, do I stream anywhere besides YouTube? Yes, I do. Twitch and Kick. You can find that in my link tree. I had an issue with Kick today, so I'm not streaming on Kick today, but I normally do. I normally do. Balshik says, I love the fishing minigames. Fair enough. To each their own. Grunge says, a friend very recently played Sonic 06. He was ready to decide that everyone was wrong and it was a misunderstood masterpiece, but he couldn't do it. I believe, didn't Sonic 06 get a remaster? I think it did. Let me look. This is like the last thing we're gonna talk about, and then I'll conclude with wrapping the stream up for the day, because I'm over by like 20 minutes. Oh, never mind. No, it's a, I'm thinking of the fan project is what it is. I remember someone working on it, and it's supposedly a lot better of a time. Avalon says, epic. What other kind of games do you stream usually? Right now, this is pretty much almost all that I stream. I do stream Super Mario Odyssey on Fridays currently, but that may be subject to change as my schedule continues to shift. But I am normally a variety streamer. My main games that I stream are action, adventure, and RPG games of most stripes, ranging from like Mass Effect to Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate. I've done the works on a lot of them. I'll play just about anything other than like maybe shooters and horror titles. I'm kind of finicky with those. Have I ever played D&D? Yes, I'm in a tabletop campaign for that right now. Like I am playing Tyranny of Dragons. That's the name of the source material. I had to think a second. I'm a goblin artificer in that. It's been fun. I quite enjoy it. I'm more of a Pathfinder person, but I do enjoy D&D as well. Good luck to you for Sonic 06 Ball Shack. I hope that journey goes well. I'd be interested in some photos of it should you ever decide to chronicle your journey. I mean, I'd love to talk shop about stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, Biggs levels. Catch Froggy. I can't do that impression. I can try to do that impression, but I can't. Fun fact, for those that don't know, Duke Nukem, the voice for Duke Nukem is also the voice of Big the Cat. Have fun with that fact. Have fun with the cognitive dissonance that is, I ought to break off the handle of a broomstick up your ass with, where's Froggy? That's some range. Avalon says, how do streamers usually spend their free time? It depends. In my case, I play board and card games. I work on like game development stuff. And I, watch people's cats and dogs. You don't need luck. Fair. Ball Shack. Then I hope you don't need the luck. How about that? In my opinion, Big the Cat played him. I could kind of see it, but I don't know. I feel like the man is really Duke Nukem more than he is Big the Cat, but that's just me personally. Grunge says he was played by the monk with no name. Ah, yes, the actor with no name. Fair. Avalon says, do I like watching anime? I'm kind of picky. Not really. It's not that I dislike anime, but I just don't really have the space for it in activities that I'm doing. I'm much more of an avid gamer than anything else. I was more of an anime watcher when I was a kid. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Naruto, Inuyasha, Zatch Bell for a short period, One Piece, that kind of thing. I watched like ye old stuff back then. I don't really watch anime today. That's my siblings' forte. Talking with you guys has been great, but I do probably need to get out the door. Dinner will be ready in somewhere between 6 and 21 minutes. Thank you guys so much for hanging with me, and I'm glad I get to talk to all of you. I apologize for yesterday once again, but and I do apologize for Friday as well. I will take a look at that in a hot second, Mr. Jason. But you as well, Ballshack. Thank you so much for stopping by, and everyone for that matter. We'll be back at this again tomorrow. Hopefully on time and in the to answer your question in kind of or inquiry in a roundabout way, Mr. Jason, I wouldn't think too much of it normally. Okay, Adeline, I'm gonna stop you right there, and we do not like shill these things. I make my own graphic design stuff actually. Instead, I'm going to put you in timeout. You seem like a nice enough person. You can feel free to come back tomorrow. And I will be more than happy to pick up where we left off, but please do not shill graphic design art to my audience, especially as how I make my own stuff myself. Anyway, yeah, I mean, we don't know quite yet, but maybe. You might be right. Well, time will tell. My name is Coin, everyone. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless, all content fire spells only. With any luck, we will figure out the dungeon tomorrow. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason, anytime. Please do stay safe, take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. And you guys know where those hallowed halls are if you aren't among them already. And for you guys on Twitch and YouTube, you can find them either underneath the video player, or you may find them in the bottom of the description. I might start putting a pinned comment instead after the fact. But regardless, I'll see you guys in the next one. Farewell and goodbye.